we'll see how this works since I am outside. Let's see how this works. Hopefully the internet sustains itself, although I am right beside the house, so it should be okay. Hi guys. I hope you guys are doing well. So I know I said they were going to be far and few between, but then this morning when I was in the shower where I have my finest downloads, my greatest thoughts are always when I'm naked and wet. Like, what is that? When I can't like write it down or anything. Does that happen to anyone else? It happens to me frequently. But I thought of this idea and another idea, but this is the one I felt like I wanted to do today, and I was just like, yes, it's kind of a different spin on a romance type reading. And so hopefully you guys are good with that. But we are going to look at basically the type of person that your higher self would choose for you and why. So we're going to look at their overall archetype or vibe, and then maybe a few indisputable required traits that your higher self would put on the checklist, and why those traits work well with you or why they're important. And then also some absolutely like to avoid traits and why they don't support harmony and success for you. So take this as you will. Of course, we can make it work with anybody, but I just thought that it was kind of cute, like kind of a cute spin on things. So that's what we're gonna look at. And if anyone is in the room, let me know that you can see and hear me. So it looks like people keep coming in and going out, and I am not sure if there's something wrong with the stream. But I have not filmed outside of my house yet this summer, so I just want to know that we're all good before I really get into things. But that's what we're going to do. And we're going to start with Aries and go through to Pisces. One thing that I will say is that if you're looking at like planetary like where to look in your chart that might tell you the kind of partner that you need or that would be really, really supportive of you, I would say look at your descendant. So it's going to be the opposite sign from whatever your rising is, whatever your ascendant is. That's a really good place to look, like if you're just choosing one thing, because obviously we want to look at the culmination, and we want to see how different elements of our life and our being work with other people when we're forming a relationship. But just if you're looking in general, I would say the descendant. So if maybe you want to look up descendant in whatever and what that means for you relationally, and see if what comes out in this reading matches that description. I don't know, it might be fun for you to do that. But thanks for hanging out. We're starting early today so that if we go for a while, it's not going to be the middle of the night when I end. Okay, so I need to make sure that I am being heard because no one's saying anything. So just give me a second to go on to YouTube on my phone. Just want to know. Yeah, okay, we're good. Okay, just wanted to make sure. So yes, let's get into it. Let's start with Aries. Also, happy new moon. Happy Leo new moon. It's the day of the new moon, and there are a lot of energies flying around. So I hope that you're feeling it in a happy kind of way. I hope you're feeling inspired. Whenever there's super intense energies, we can work with them or kind of against them. But yeah, because these ones are intense, they can be either inspiring or overwhelming. And it just kind of depends, I think, how much of a mix you have of being willing to go with the flow of where you're guided and surrender versus knowing, based on like the healing you've done and where you're at, what you want, where you want to go, so that you're transmitting your desires kind of clearly as well to the universe, but still being open to what might come in for you that you may not expect. Okay, so let's see. iced coffee. Aries. Let me see. Okay. Also, if there's any outdoor kinds of noises, that is why. So hopefully there's nothing too disruptive that happens. But it's really nice out today, and so I was like, let me just go outside. And also being outside will help me ground the energies as well a lot better. Let's see. I'm gonna use some different oracle decks, archetype decks, and tarot obviously as well, to kind of try to paint a bit of a picture of what this person is like. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let's tune into Aries' highest self, their highest self, their version of themselves that wants the absolute best for them and knows what that is, and see beyond the ego, beyond maybe desires that are coming from woundedness or unhealed places. And tell me what kind of person you would choose for Aries and why. Okay. I'm gonna start just by pulling the oracle cards, I think, and we'll kind of move through it. So I'll just pull one for, yeah, we'll just pull them as we go a little bit here. I'm not gonna pull them all at once at the beginning. I think we're just gonna go with the flow. Okay. Because it's so bright outside, I really can't see the screen at all. So I just was like, if you guys say hi in the chat and I don't say hi immediately, it's probably because I can't really see. Oh, I can see. 80s, what's up? Good to see you, love. Thanks for letting me know that you can see me too. Okay. Good. That is good. Good. Okay, so yes, the overall archetype or vibe of the type of person that Aries' higher self would choose for them. Oh, no, that's two. Let's take this one. Okay. Ooh, I love this. So I'm going to look at the one that falls out as well as the bottom of the deck as well, just to get kind of an overall energy. So let me timestamp you. Hi, Aries. What up, gangstas? I hope you guys are doing well. Okay. So we're going to kind of just pull and clarify and all of this as we go, very in the flow. We just chilling out here. So I just pulled an archetype card to get the overall kind of vibe or type of person that your higher self is saying would be the best for you. So what came out is the Mirror, and then at the bottom of the deck is the Hunter. So we're going to use these as kind of an overall picture, like what maybe you notice first, like what is easily recognized about someone versus what is a little bit more under the surface is going to be what's coming out the bottom of the deck. And this could also be seen as like above and below. So what, again, you might, if you focus on someone, or this may be someone's focus, like a focal part of their personality, and this could be something that's more of an intuitive or an emotional undercurrent for them, okay? So the Mirror and the Hunter, I really like this a lot because it does already feel extremely tailored to you. So let me know how the volume is here, because I can come a little closer to you if you guys can't hear me super well. Okay. Let's see. So let me clarify with the tarot quickly. What's up, Neat? Thanks for joining the membership area. Yeah. What's up, bestie? How are you? Okay, tell me more about the mirror. It's actually really warm today, so I'm glad that the sun is, you know, I'm at least in a shaded area. Otherwise, I would be dying. What? They're like 10 out of 10 must love Aries. And you know what? This is telling me that this person has to have a huge, bold heart. I'm doing good too. Thanks for asking. This person has to love as hard and as brave as you do. In other words, they have to mirror your love back at you. So this is not, Spirit is saying right away, well, your higher self is saying right away, you need someone, and that's even mirrored with the hunter, honestly, right? Because you have a lot of this energy. You're not afraid of a challenge. We are going to hear the train louder because I'm out here, but we can use that for validation. It's just a bold, big-hearted, unapologetic, courageous, but still soft and ooey gooey and loving and generous energy. And to me, yeah, this makes total sense for you because it is how you are. So it's going to be different for all of you, obviously, because we all love differently. You have a whole chart. You're not just Aries, right? But yeah, it's the leap. Someone who's not going to stand on the edge of the cliff and be like, am I going to jump? No, psych. You know, it's like, if like, worship me fully or leave me the hell alone. You know what I mean? I feel like this is kind of the energy. Okay. I really hope the internet stays not being fucked. Okay, it just went back to full bars. Never mind. Crisis averted. But yeah, this is someone who's not going to be scared to love you. And I mean, obviously that is optimal, right? We want someone who's not going to be terrified of loving us to the same degree and extent that we love them. So I'm also seeing with this, though, that this person will be capable of mirroring back to you the parts of yourself the parts that are not as, I heard quintessential. Is that even the right word to put there? Spirit's been very like specific with language with me lately. It's not something that everyone would know. Oh yeah, and Aries is this, and this. It's the things that you are. They should mirror back the main things, the main qualities about you, but also the lesser known ones, the ones that you maybe particularly even try to hide. Because Aries, again, they're quite fearless. They're not afraid of a challenge. It's not fearless, but they're very courageous, and you had to be. You're the first freaking sign, right? It was just you. If you didn't do it, then who was gonna do it? So you were the one out there taking the risks. You were the one out there making the moves. You were the one out there doing the damn thing for yourself. And you need someone who can bite the bullet and do things and show up, do the hard thing, have the hard talks, deal with you when you're angry, deal with you when you're baby, deal with you when you're stubborn, and match your freak, right? With the Hermit too, I know that you guys, like, I'm an Aries Venus in Western, so and Jupiter, so I really understand this, that like we kind of low-key get turned on a little bit by a bit of a chase, just in the sense that we don't like it when it's like really easy, right? Kind of as a turn off for us, because it's like, well, where can I apply all my Ariesness then if I'm not gonna like, if I don't get to like use that bravado that is connected to Aries, to show them that I'm brave, to show them that I'm bold, to show them that I'm not common, that I'm different than a lot of people, because Aries energy really does stand out. And especially in romance, it's so fiery, and it's a beautiful mix of like fire, and charm, I feel like. So like sexy times, but also just this sense of warmth and kind of like childlike innocence and playfulness that Aries brings to love. But you also want someone, so you want someone who lets you pursue them, but who still pursues you harder, I feel like, or at least as hard as you chase them, so that again, there's a balance. I think they're really highlighting that there does need to be a balance here, no matter where you're at. This person should somewhat mirror that, not in a toxic way, but in a balanced way. And I think that that's because, yeah, they're really highlighting a sense of balance, harmony, and temperance. And I think that's because you can be extremely generous, Aries. Sometimes you don't even blink twice about just putting all of yourself in and being incredibly invested and going over the top to do things for people, to show up for people in ways that many wouldn't. And it can be something that people take advantage of, unfortunately. So they're highlighting that it's important for you to have someone who, again, can meet you there and doesn't see that as a liability. So you definitely don't want one of these weird, like, femme men that's like, we don't chase, and that's somehow a power move. It's like, do you know? Do you know what the divine masculine does? They chase. They take action. They assert themselves. Like, we have a bunch of men who are no longer men here, and it's like, a little chase, it would be good for you, bro. Like, you're gonna forget who the hell you are. Put in some effort. You know what I mean? So you're not the woman in the relationship, so do something. So whether, it doesn't matter whether you're like, whether you're gay, trans, bi, whatever, or straight, it's like, you still need a balance of masculine and feminine energy, right? And there has to be some level on both sides of willingness to assert oneself, is what I'm kind of saying. Okay. Excuse my minor rant there, but I'm fed up with these boys saying that they're men and then they just sit on their ass and don't do anything. It's like, I'm bored. Can we not? Okay. So, indisputable required traits and why they are important for this person to have. Let's see. So these ones are non-negotiable. I am so done. It's literally the card of the masculine principle. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you. That was like the most hilarious validation. They were like, rant on, Lisa, because you're right. What you're saying's true. Where's the lie? Okay, so it says the creative, the active yang principle, which is masculine, strength, tenacity, dynamism, inspiration, heaven, masculinity, authority, and father. I'm telling you. I love that so much. Okay. They're saying to pull another one from this deck as well. What other traits would you put on that must-have list for Aries? Yeah. They have to be as invested as you, or else you're going to get bored so fast. Because people, like, the thing with Aries is, you know, that whole, like, playing it cool game, it just doesn't work with an Aries. Like, an Aries is way too passionate for that nonsense. You know what I mean? I could see, like, for some signs that works with them, right? It's like you can lure them in by acting nonchalant, but I really don't feel like with Aries that's a thing. Aries wants someone to match their fire, match their passion, or at least show me that you desire, like, show me you want me, right? So that I'm not just out here showing my ass by myself, like in a one-person relationship, essentially. But the other one that came out is this one, holding together, union, cooperation, solidarity, membership, teamwork, participation, and making a choice. So you need someone to claim you, to bravely and boldly, with strength and authority, be in their masculine element, just as tenacious as you, and cooperate to bring something together, be an active part of or member of the relationship, so be present, which is another masculine trait, and actively participate, but make the choice. So again, you don't want someone who's just going to stand on the edge of this. Aww. Thanks, Brown's boy. That's a positive message to be sharing. You don't want someone who's going to stand on the edge of the cliff and be like, now that I'm here, I got to question whether I have the balls to jump or not. It's like, don't play, you know? Let's not play around here. We don't play in matters of love. That's what my Aries Venus says. We do not mess around. So let's get some cards to see why your higher self says that these are important traits, or why they would work well with you. Tell me about this masculine principle. It's so that, first of all, so that they, this is significant too. They have to have strong masculine qualities so that you're not the only one showing up in that energy and then overcompensating for where they're missing it. Because you also have this more tender, gentle side of you, this divine side of you, and not saying that the masculine's not divine, but this more feminine, soft, kind of receptive side of you, where you want to show up in a different way. You want to have your angel wings on sometimes, you know? And you need someone who can carry their own, and so that you're balancing each other out. So that when your feminine energy wants to come to the forefront as well and shine, it feels safe and held by the other person's masculine and not just your own masculine energy, so that your yang principle can sit in the passenger seat or in the back seat and not feel worried that that is creating a liability. Okay. And then holding together, this card came out to clarify, which says we all start as strangers. Yeah. There are billions of people in the world, and there are that many options for, basically there are a large amount of options out there of people that you could meet and open yourself up to in an intimate kind of way. Not saying that all of them are the most stellar option, but there are many options, right? We all start as strangers. You could fall in love with anyone, point blank period. This insert your face here. This could be anyone, really, at the end of the day. We all start as strangers. We all start from ground zero. Even if you, not considering, right, the karma and, contracts that we bring into this world. But in a general sense, we're all starting at the same place when we come into union with someone else. And so it's important to know who you're building with, that they're going to be cooperative, that they're going to hold it together so that you can hold it together jointly. So then there's one more card here, which is this one. I love this quote. If you love somebody, they turn into a god, but you can't control what kind of god they turn into. So this is big Aries energy, because it's like, once you give yourself to someone, again, you're quite all or nothing. You're quite all in, right, Aries? And so, you can hear me, Donna? Good. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. So when you give someone the power, the authority to Like when you give someone your heart, you are giving them power, you're giving them authority, you're trusting them to not fuck it up, right? And that's not saying that people won't make mistakes, because no one's perfect, but it is saying that there are certain people, trust me, because I've been with a couple of them, that when you give your whole heart to them, they turn into a monster. They don't turn into a better person. Some people rise in love, and other people, unfortunately, they got some lessons to learn in this life about what is required and what is the appropriate way to hold something of value and actually honor it, right? There are some people that will let it go to their heads. Like, let's say you date someone who doesn't believe from the get-go that they are good enough for you. They've already put you up on a bit of a pedestal, right? And then all of a sudden they've got your whole heart. For some people, that's going to make them lifelong devoted to you. They're going to be like, they're going to be filled up by the sense that you see in them, maybe things that they don't even see in themselves, and they're going to let that inspire them to be the best version of themselves they can be, right? Other people are going to be like, whoa, maybe I am harder shit than I thought that I was, and their head's gonna inflate because this person they put on a pedestal now has given them their heart, and they might turn around and go and be a player, or go and start taking you for granted, or being entitled, right? So love is strength. There's a lot of power in love, and when you do give your heart to someone, you do, in a way, you pour a lot of your attention, your intention, your divinity into them. And so what kind of God are they going to turn into? You want someone who is going to be solid. Okay? So let's take a look at a couple traits that they would recommend you avoid in a partner and why. Let's see. Let's use this deck. There's this wasp nest out here, and I think that I'm far enough away from it that they're gonna leave me alone. But anytime something flies by, I'm like, who goes there? I don't like things with stingers that are not scorpions, okay? What traits would it benefit Aries to avoid because they are not supportive of, okay, that's too many cards, of harmony and success here, generally speaking? This is really highlighting that disempowered. Yeah, wow. All three cards that came out have this same sort of string or thread running through them, which is super, super interesting. So, okay, you guys can't see that low. I'm like, am I just flashing my crotch at everybody right now? No? Good. Preferably, we're not doing that on the interwebs. So the three that came out, the slave, the student, and the damsel, all in reverse. Well, for this part, we are going to look at the shadow attributes. So even if they come out in the upright, we'll look more at the shadow attributes, since this is what they're kind of saying doesn't work as well for you. That was a loss. Okay. So the slave, it says giving your willpower to an external authority out of fear of making your own choices. So this is someone, again, who doesn't have strong masculine energy. They're not really in dominion over their life. they are not allowing their own willpower to guide them. They're not sovereign and in control. Essentially, they've made themselves a slave to something or someone else. They've given authority over to someone else. So it would be someone who doesn't trust themselves, someone who's not confident in their own decision making, so someone who is quite hesitant. Again, right, it's the same idea of someone who's going to hesitate at the top of the cliff. The Student in reverse here, the shadow attributes, arrogance in the pursuit of... What's up, Rochelle? I know. They said I couldn't do it, but I did it. Just kidding. I just felt like it. So arrogance in the pursuit of destructive knowledge and an unwillingness to translate knowledge into action. So again, there's this unwillingness to act on something, right? So this is something where it's like this would be someone who is pursuing knowledge, but in order to use it for the wrong reason. So maybe they want to learn so that they can manipulate, or they want to learn the rules to a game so that they can cheat, for instance, right? And then an unwillingness to translate like beneficial knowledge into action. That would be like, I'm learning things, but I'm not integrating or applying any of those things. So then what is the use of me learning them, right? So they're saying that you need someone who can evolve in a healthy way and take constructive criticism as well. Then we have the damsel. It says, waiting for a knight to provide for you, seduction by romantic illusion. So again, there's that theme of someone who is not taking, like not creating direction and using their own autonomy and will in their own life to assert themselves and go after the things they want, but someone who is just waiting around to be provided for. So someone who's entitled or, you know, a bit of like a user, which I feel like sometimes Aries can end up with people like this that just want to be consistently taken care of, because Aries can have that like, hey daddy energy, right? But that's not all that you are. So that's why it's important that there's balance, right? But also someone who is not seduced by illusion. So you need someone, they're saying, who is not, they're not deluded surrounding what love is and what love requires. Love doesn't mean that everything's always going to be perfect. There's going to be rough days. Like I said in the last all signs reading to someone, I think it was Scorpio, there's days when you wake up and you love your person, but you don't like their ass. You don't like them, you know? Like there's days when you're like, I'm still in love with you, but I'm also pissed at you. And that is life. Anytime you have like a long-term union or connection with someone, there's going to be that element to it. And so you need someone who is not just going to fold and say, I wasn't expecting something that's not just perfect all the time, right? And someone who is, so they're not disillusioned, and they're also willing to do what needs to be done. They're willing to do the work. So I think that pretty much explains why these traits don't support harmony and success in a relationship with you as well. So I don't really feel like I need to clarify that further. So that's what I've got for you, Aries. I hope that was just like fun and resonant for you. Don't take it too awfully serious. Like I said at the beginning, we can make things work with anybody. So if you're with someone who is nothing like that, that doesn't mean like you're with the devil and your higher self is like it just might not be your message, right? So don't take it as like the word. But. All right, let's move on to Taurus. Where are my Taurians at? Where are my Taurians at? Why is that so much smaller? My gosh, this is just, can we, why is it doing this? This is so weird. sizes of these got all messed up, but they did. Strange. Anyways, what's up, Taurus? See what your higher self has to say about the type of person you deserve to be with. Is somebody gonna match your freak? Is somebody gonna match your freak? Is somebody gonna match my nasty? It's a good song. I love Tinashe. She is a baddie. Okay. So, let's tune into Taurian's higher self. Taurian's higher self. Let me know what your input is on the type of person that would be best for Taurus. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna just do these when I feel called, like when I genuinely have the energy. No major pressure, but if I have like an idea and I feel like it's the right time, or if sometimes spirit straight up says we're doing this and we're doing it on this day at this time, and I'm just like, okay, you're the boss. So we'll see. It's not going to be maybe consistent or scheduled, but I will still record and put out content consistently. It just might not always be tons of all signs, but we'll see what happens. Okay. What's the overall archetype or vibe of the type of person here that you would recommend or choose for Taurus? Bull gang. Okay, that's a lot. I'm just gonna pick one over here. It's the same. Actually, I don't want to do that. It's the same one as Aries got, so we're gonna shuffle a little bit more. But just for context, the Hunter was one of the ones that came out. It was still too many cards, though. It was like 3. The Hunter was the one that was on top. Let's see. There we go. Storm in the... Yeah. Okay. So, on top, we have the Storm, and on the bottom, we have the King. I mean, who doesn't want a king sharing their sheets, you know? So it's interesting because I was going to say, so your descendant would be, if you're a Taurus rising, your descendant would be Scorpio rising, or would be Scorpio, sorry. So the Storm card is interesting because I feel like it's someone who can handle your intensity. And the thing about Taurus is I feel like that is the thing that you and Scorpio have most in common on that axis is depth of intensity. The intensity just comes out in different ways and looks and feels different for both of you. So it kind of takes a different form, but Taurians, I would say, are the only sign in the zodiac that can match Scorpio's intensity. That type of intensity. So I'm not really talking about just passion like Leo, or, you know, I'm talking about like So it's interesting that the storm came out because I feel like you guys are, and I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but sometimes you are stubborn. And I know that's one of the key words, and it's big, like, collective eye roll when anyone says that, and I get it. But you are fixed earth, you know? So what are you going to do? But I think that, let's clarify this a little bit more. Oh, I forgot to timestamp you. You're somewhere around like 39 minutes. Ish. Okay. Tell me more about the storm. Spirit has a sense of humor and is validating me in hilarious ways today. Right after, I'm like, don't shoot the messenger for calling you stubborn. The Knight of Pentacles in reverse comes. Okay. So the High Priestess and the Nine of Cups in reverse came out. These two I feel like are together, and the other two I feel are together. So sometimes, okay, how do I say this? Scorpio's intensity, I feel like, can be a little bit, it's interesting because Scorpios, to me, like, a Taurus is just a Scorpio with a better poker face. And it's funny because everybody thinks that Scorpios are the big mysterious ones. Have you ever encountered a broody Scorpio? It's not a mystery. There's nothing mysterious about it. When a Scorpio is pissed off, you're going to know about it. It doesn't really matter how hard they're trying to hide it because they're so deeply emotionally intense. It's incredibly hard to, unless they're like, no, I don't know a single Scorpio who's good at hiding their feelings when they feel something really, really deeply, especially when it's on the more broody or like darker, shadowy side of things. And I think that with you can be the same way, but you can actually hide it. So you can have the same depth of disappointment, but it's like it takes someone with a little bit of intuition and maybe someone who's not afraid to tear down some walls, like to come in like a wrecking ball a little bit when needed with love, right? Not aggressively, but just to know when to push. Because again, you can be a little bit stubborn and it can be a little bit harder because I think with you, in some ways, you can be, Scorpio transmutes the intensity of their emotions by going right through them, which is why they can't really avoid their emotions because they're just an ocean of emotion inside. Whereas with you guys, I feel like you transmute and alchemize that energy in different ways. You can pour yourself into work, for instance, right? And so you're not like in the thick of it as much. So then it can be harder to tell. So I think that it's like doesn't mean that there's any less storminess going on under the surface, but they're saying that it would be good for you to be with someone who has like a level of intuition and they can tell when when things aren't okay. Right? It's that typical, like, when you ask a girl, like, are you okay? And they're like, I'm fine. 10 out of 10 that she is not fine, right? And so you want someone who can read between the lines a little bit, or that's what they're saying about that. And then you also have the Knight of Pentacles in reverse with the Magician. This is coming through as someone who can motivate you when you don't want to move, but it is time to move. And there's times when it's not time to move. There's times when it's time to be fixed earth and it's time to be the Empress and lay on the couch and paint your nails and drink a bottle of wine and just be a whole ass vibe, you know? But there's other times when you can get stuck and you do need a little bit of a push, but you need someone who can motivate and inspire you by reminding you who the hell you are and how much personal autonomy and power you have. I think that that's kind of what's coming through here. And for that, they are going to need to be just as much of a storm or carry just as much of that natural energy to create movement when needed as you do. Because when you do decide to move, you're a force to be reckoned with, right? So That's coming through as something that's important as well. The other card that was on the bottom is the King. So right away from this card, I'm noticing that it's all lower chakra, from your solar plexus, sacral, and your root, the colors that are on here. Let's clarify that a little bit more. I heard building an empire. It's the Three of Pentacles with the King. Again, so this is not having a sense of entitlement, knowing that things that are worth a lot generally, like things of high value, generally take time to build. Even things of high value such as trust, such as love, right? These are things that are very deep and meaningful, but you don't get them just like that. You don't meet someone and immediately say, I could trust you with my life, and like, I'm madly in love with you. How would you know? You don't even know the person yet. You don't know if they're gonna be loyal to you. You don't know if, I mean, you have to know someone to love them, right? So there's something here about this where they're highlighting that you need someone who's in it for the long haul. You need someone who can commit and invest, knowing that it's a process, and be cooperative throughout each stage of that process, and bring their best to the table. This doesn't mean that you have to be perfect all the time, but it means that you have to show up, right? But show up with this energy of being confident, being present, and having a sense of groundedness and practicality as well, because this is about building something tangible, or caring for something tangible that you have built, knowing how to honor it. Okay. So let's take a look at some indisputable required traits that Spirit is highlighting would be very positive for this person to have. Are all these in the upright? Traits that would work well with Taurus in our relationship. Traits that you would recommend someone has. Night. See you on Sunday. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I'll get one of these too. Ooh. Yeah, that just clarified what I was already. Okay, so what is coming up here for required traits? Required, but what your higher self would say these need to be on the checklist. So first came out friendship, moon in Cancer. Hey Donna, what's up? Good to see you again. Aries, Sun, Venus, and Lilith. The spice is real, and I'm personally very here for that. That sounds sexy to me. Restlessness in reverse, which is Mercury in Aries. And then also this card came out of resoluteness, determination, no compromising, unwavering focus, inner resolve, integrity, a test of character, and self-examination. So someone who has humility and someone who has tenacity is going to be important for you. Someone who, when they make up their mind, they're like,
No, I said what I said. That scared the crap out of me. My mom just waved at me from my bedroom window, like right there, and I was like, jump scare. That totally threw me off. What was I saying? Yeah. Someone who, when they say something, they mean it. They don't say something unless they know that they're fully committed and that they mean it. Because with you, I feel that fixedness, it's like, and you are very much like that. When you commit to something, you commit to it, even if it ends up taking, you know, a long time to complete. You will take one step at a time and you will eventually get there. You're very steady, you're very sturdy, you're very determined. This is you. You are very resolute, right? And the thing is, that is a huge test of character, and it does require you at points throughout different processes to check your own integrity and to examine yourself. Because when you're in something that ends up, like, let's say, extending, you're going to inevitably run into probably challenges or just things that test you. And so then you're going to have to be able to look at yourself or dive back into that inner resolve, back to that point of focus. So if you, like, let's say if your energy gets scattered when you're working on something that's taking longer than you thought it was going to, you need to be able to say, like, oh, okay, let's get back to the point. What is the why behind what I'm doing? And, like, essentially, where is my conviction coming from? And what kind of person am I or do I want to be? And how would that person continue down this path? Would that person just throw in the towel? Would that person just, like, ghost? Would that person become restless and pushy or anxious? Right? So in terms of a relationship, I feel like even with the friendship card here, it's like when you have, maybe when you do quarrel, right? Or when you have things where you have to make a hard decision, because this happens in every relationship at some point. Can you come back to the basis of, I love you and we're a team and we're in this together? Can you remember what initially drew you to that person? And can you kind of recognize that the challenge is the two of you against the challenge? It's not you against them, with the challenge coming in between you and separating you from each other, right? So that is what I see there for traits that they're saying are definitely important for you to have. Someone who understands how much power comes to them from the acquisition of a Taurus. Because you, again, like, a card came out for Aries reading and it said, when you love someone, they turn into a god, but you don't get to control what kind of god they turn into. And I feel like because of your intensity, because of your strength, and just because you guys are generally, like, gorgeous people as well, you are a total catch, right? And so on so many levels, you're hardworking. Like, I could go on and on and on listing the beautiful things about you. But you want someone who understands that and isn't just using it for their ego and then they're going to bounce the second shit gets real. You want someone who understands that that's the kind of person that you don't fumble. That's the kind of person that if you fumble them, you spend the rest of your life calling them the one that got away. And you die with regrets, right? No one fumbles a Taurus. Let's be honest here. So, oh, there's a spider. Okay. Looks like he's just doing his web thing. I'm surrounded by little critters, guys. So that's what I see for things that they say would be important traits that would really benefit you and support you. Let's look at some traits that they would say would be better to avoid. Let's see. What traits would it be beneficial to potentially avoid in a partner, and why do those traits not support harmony and success for Taurus? I'm going to try to keep the readings at like 20 minutes each. try being the main. Yeah, that will do it. Let's come out. Okay. Yeah. All right. So these cards are the ones that came out. Virgin, Midas or Miser, and the Hedonist. So they're all in the shadow attributes. So for Virgin, it says a fear of intimate union. For the Midas or the Miser, it says hoarding money and emotions, obsessive fear of losing your wealth. Wow, that one's really obvious as to why that would be terrible for you. And then the Hedonist says pursues pleasure to the detriment of health and indulges at the expense of others. Okay. Yeah. So let's start with the really obvious ones first. This Midas Miser energy, someone who is stingy or someone who hoards out of fear of losing is someone who has a scarcity mindset or is living in a state of lack. That's not going to be good for a Taurus who is ruled by Venus and tied to the energy of the Empress, who's all about expansion and growth and abundance, right? Because this repels that energy. So you want someone who has an abundance mindset and who's going to be able to grow with you and not like limit you. And that's not to say you want someone who's going to just like spend all their money and just like be erratic or irrational with their spending or with their emotions. But you want someone who understands that there's enough to go around, that they can share their riches generously and find joy in that. They don't need to worry about not having enough, and that there are a myriad of different ways to be abundant, to make money, to, right? So someone with like an entrepreneurial or a creative mind surrounding abundance, I feel like an expansion would be positive for you. But someone who is going to be scared of losing the things that are like compulsively or obsessively afraid of losing the things that they consider valuable is probably not going to be the best for you, right? And then as well with this hedonist energy, the thing is, I think this one is that it comes a little bit too close to how you can be when you get sucked into your own shadow. Because I think sometimes you can be a little bit indulgent, right? And we all can, but it's just one of like specifically Taurian's traits, because you guys are so connected to sensuality, right? And that's not just a sexual thing, that's all of your senses. And one of those is like taste, right? But a lot of them are it's like connecting to the world sensually to experience pleasure, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's only dangerous when you walk the line where there's not moderation, and then it slips more into the devil kind of territory. You're not just inspired to embrace the good things in life. You're not just celebrating the beauty in yourself anymore. All of a sudden, you're indulging at your own expense, the expense of your health, and the expense of others. Or you're celebrating the beauty in yourself to the point of being arrogant or narcissistic, right? So it's just like walking that line where you're keeping yourself balanced and humble. So you wouldn't work well with someone that slips off the deep end and kind of is overly indulgent and hedonistic in a negative way, because I feel like that could drag you into that territory too easily or tempt you. Or it could keep you stuck there when you fall in yourself, or not have the ability to see that that is not serving you, that that's not good for you. And then they probably wouldn't know how to support you or help you move out of that state, right? With the Virgin card, I do want to clarify a little bit, but fear of intimate union, I mean, to be in a relationship that is supportive and successful and harmonious, you need intimacy. Intimacy is the core of connection, and connection is the core of relationship, right? So what are we doing if we're not connecting, if we're not getting to know what the other person is made of? I'm channeling a song. This is an old song. Should I look that up, the words? I think it's called Inside Out. I'm pretty sure it's by Bryan Adams. Bryan Adams. I cannot remember the words because I haven't heard this song in probably a decade. Let me just see though, because I feel like that might be resonant to this fear of intimate union portion of your reading. So we'll leave it on this note. Inside Out, Bryan Adams. It is called Inside Out. Look at me go. This song is from 1998. I was 10 years old when this song came out, guys. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to read you the lyrics of this, because the thing with this is another way I think that if you're a Taurus rising, that having Scorpio in your descendant fits you, because Scorpio wants to probe into the deepest parts of you. They want to know who you are, not just like, what's your favorite color? Like, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? They want to know you. Like, they want to truly know you, witness you in the deep parts of yourself. You love Bryan Adams. I love Bryan Adams too, not gonna lie. He's got some bangers. So the lyrics, he says, the biggest lie you ever told, your deepest fear about growing old, the longest night you ever spent, the angriest letter you never sent, the boy you swore you'd never leave, the one you kissed on New Year's Eve, the darkest dream you had last night, or your sweetest dream you had last night, your darkest hour, your hardest fight. I want to know you like I know myself. I'm waiting for you, there ain't no one else. Talk to me, baby, scream and shout. I want to know you inside out. I want to take my time. I want to know your mind. There ain't no doubt. I want to know you inside out. He lists all these things that are very specific, though. So he says, the saddest song you ever heard, the most you said with just one word. For some reason, I want to cry reading these lyrics. I'm like, I need someone like this. The loneliest prayer you ever prayed, the truest vow you ever made. What makes you laugh, what makes you cry, what makes you mad, what gets you by. Your highest high, your lowest low. These are the things I want to know. I love it. Like, that is a romance song, okay? That's a romantic song. Like, what is this you up question mark text? Like, write me poems and die in a war. I don't care. Like, I don't vibe with that. I need more from you. But I feel like this is not, they're highlighting that song because it's not just that they don't want you to be with someone that is scared of intimacy, right? They want you to be with someone that actively seeks and exudes intimacy. That's what they're saying. So I think it's, again, because you can hold a lot in and you can carry a lot on your own. I mean, you're the bulls, right? You can carry a lot on your own, and that doesn't mean that you should need to. But sometimes I think because of your nature, it almost doesn't even cross your mind. Like, oh, I could open up, or, oh, someone else could help me carry this. You almost need someone to show up consistently for you in that way, for you to be like, oh, well, I don't have to carry the weight of the world on my shoulders by myself. Like, this actually does exist. So you kind of need someone, I think, to show you that. So that's what I'm seeing for the traits that they would advise you to avoid in someone. But I really love the picture that they painted for you, Taurus, of the person that would be good for you. All right, so we're going to move on to Gemini. Gemini. So fresh, so fly. Where's my Geminis? My Gemini gang. Just let me do this last time. Okay. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Should we switch tarot decks? Switch it up a little bit. I'm gonna switch every few signs. I only brought 2 decks out. I didn't want to make it too overcomplicated. Okay. Let's see. So let's tune into Gemini's higher self. Highest self. Let's see. What type of person would you choose for Geminis and why? Gemini, this should be interesting. So, if you're a Gemini rising, then Sagittarius would be your descendant. That does make sense to me. Because Sagittarius they're chill, but they can be the most chill and the least chill people, I feel like. They're the least chill people when they really care about something, like when they're really, really invested. But when they're just in their free spirit, like on their shit, their everyday shit, I feel like they're very chill. They get into situations, I feel like, and adventures that they don't even plan a lot of the time because of that, because they are just chill with like, oh yeah, someone says like, let's go this way, let's try this instead of the place we always go to, and they're just like, yeah, let's do it, you know. So they're not always the instigator, but I feel like they are always open to expansion. Oh, that's so good. Sometimes they are the instigators though as well, and sometimes you also are, as we know, if you know anything about Gemini energy. So I think you need someone who can be a little bit of a shit disturber. You need someone who is capable of playing devil's advocate, but doesn't always, because that would be exhausting for you, I think, with your mutable energy. Someone who has that childlike sense of spontaneity and purity still in their soul as well, I think is important for you. This is just coming through intuitively. Okay. Show me the archetype, overall archetype or vibe here. Of the person you would recommend for Gemini. Aww. Okay. Two came out. Some clarifiers here before I timestamp for you. I feel like I'm gonna be voted the person who needs to take care of this wasp nest, and I'm not looking forward to it. But my mom bought some stuff like to spray in it, and my stepdad was supposed to take care of it, and he has not yet. So that was a few weeks ago now. So I'm thinking that if we want this nest to go away, and my mom already got stung by one of them when she was lawn mowing, so I feel like it's gonna land on me. So pray for me. Okay. Oh, that breeze feels good. Okay. Clarify for me. Okay. Let's see here. Hi, Gemini. Hello, Gemini gang. I hope you guys are doing well. So let's take a look here. So the overall archetype or vibe of the type of person that your higher self is saying they would choose for you. So 3 cards came out, 3 archetype cards. You got the Ocean and the Self kind of came out together at the beginning. I love how much color there is between these 2 cards. This is beautiful. Also, I'm drinking one of those Starbucks like energy drinks that has caffeine and a whole bunch of other stuff in it. So if I'm shaking at any point, just mind your business. But the Ocean and the Self. Then at the bottom of the deck is the Orphan. So, to clarify, the Ocean came out the 5 of Cups. You know, it's interesting. And at one point I thought that I was biased about this because I am a Gemini moon and Chiron, and it's in my 8th house. So I was like, I don't think that my Gemini energy is like a normal Gemini's energy because it's in the 8th house. So it's got this very like, it's got this no chill kind of like deep proby quality about it. And it's got a very emotional quality about it. So I like to personally like dive into my emotions and psychology of people and things. But the more Geminis that I met and became like really good friends with, the more I realized that is a Gemini thing as well. And I think it's because kind of like this card, it's like mutable air, the whole spectrum, the whole prism of color, the whole experience. Gemini kind of wants to experience it all, feel it all. Cassandra Soros, Gemini moon, 3rd house. Ooh, that's what my ex-boyfriend is too. He's also an Aries rising. That's an intense placement. It's very like, but yeah, that placement too, right, is very analytical of emotion, almost processes emotion like information. But that doesn't mean that you still can't feel it. It just means that you have to try a little harder. And even I do too, right? You have to try a little harder to not intellectualize your emotions, but actually feel them so that you can move through them and alchemize them. You can still intellectualize them if it helps you understand them, right? But then you also need to not forget to do the feeling part too, which can be hard. Even for me with it in my 8th house, sometimes I'm like, I already went through this. But it's like, no, you just thought a lot about it. You didn't actually feel the thing. So to me, this is someone who can hold space for you because you are deeply feeling people. Every Gemini that I've met is a very deeply feeling person, right? And I think that you need someone who is not going to run from grief, and is not going to run from just the full expression, right? Oh, Cancer moon. Oh, man. Because oftentimes I feel like when Gemini does go through something too, it's like how we're expressing our feelings surrounding something is coming from how we're looking at that thing, and how we're looking at something or approaching it intellectually is always shifting because we're mutable air. So I feel like when we're processing through emotional stuff, we tend to kind of go through the whole spectrum of emotional processing. And we need someone who understands that that's how we are, that we're not insane. We don't need to be admitted to, you know, a padded room somewhere and tied down and, you know, then have pills poured down our throat. It's just our way. And it is the healthy way for Gemini, I feel like, to do that, because we kind of have to see it from every angle, right? So that then we can release it from every angle, so that we don't go back and ruminate or revisit parts that we missed. We kind of need to see it, at least from my perspective. This has kind of been how I've experienced it. So they're saying that someone with a depth of internal, like a very rich emotional and intuitive world would be good for you. And someone who knows how to, someone emotionally mature and someone who knows how to process or hold space for grief as well. It's interesting that the orphan is at the back of the deck because I don't know what it is about Geminis, but I feel like there's a very strong trend that I've noticed with kind of like abandonment wounds or feeling orphaned. And I'm almost wondering if it is like that there's a dissonance between how people see us and how we really are. We can't be pinned down to just one thing because our very nature is constantly changing, right? We're like the wind. We're here one second, gone the next in terms of our thinking. But it's like when people look at us, sometimes I think they just see the lightness, the wit, the social element, the intelligence, the childlike wonder, the ability to bring magic and creativity and kind of see the beauty in the world. And it's almost like because Geminis shine so bright, I feel, people don't understand then when they get hit with the ocean of emotion that Geminis also can feel, right? And it's just that we don't trust that many people to share that element of ourself with, but it's still very much alive and well. It's still very much there, right? Every human being has a depth of emotion if they're connected to themselves. So I think that someone who has also been through their own, it's like someone who's established to a degree within themselves, in the sense that not that they're not still growing and evolving and looking into other avenues and things like that, right? Walking in on someone changing. Rage. Oh gosh. And so I think that you just want someone who has witnessed their own shadow and who is integrated and grounded, and someone who maybe has also been through something where they felt cast out and they brought themselves in from the cold. Someone who's done that for themselves and cared for themselves, because there is this element of Gemini that, well, it's the twins, right? There's one element that I feel sometimes can regress back to that childlike, that childhood wounding kind of place where it's like, no one really understands me. No one can keep up to my mental agility. There's this dissonance between how people see me and how they expect me to show up once they think they know me, but really they're missing like this whole other part of me that now I feel awkward about sharing. So now I feel repressed, and you really don't want to put a Gemini in the freaking box, right? Like that's the biggest turnoff for us, is like, what, you're trying to limit me? Bye. So I think that someone who has already kind of released themselves from certain toxic traits and is grounded and also knows what does not work for them emotionally is good for you here. Because maybe they can also help you sort that out too and provide a little bit like of an anchor and a groundedness when you do come towards them feeling all in your feels. Because the thing is, it's not really about, like, one of the main ways that Geminis process as well is verbally. We communicate, and a lot of the time I want to talk to someone that I feel safe just letting it all out, because I know that at some point in that conversation I'm going to answer my own fucking question. I'm going to come to the conclusion that I'm looking for. I'm not asking for you to solve the issue for me or to fix it. I'm asking you to hold space and create something that feels safe and supportive so that I can fix myself, you know, because I know how to do it. We're like very complex, like inner working people, and you can only ever really fix yourself or heal yourself. Heal is a better word than fix. So I think someone who can do that for themselves is also going to understand that they don't need to do that for you, and then they're not going to infringe or like baby you, but they're still going to be able to hold space and understand that you do go deeper than most people see. Okay. And then with the self, came out the Knight of Pentacles and the Empress in reverse, which is very interesting. I want to show you this Empress up close, though, because she's so pretty, isn't she? Love her. Okay, so this is straight up someone who needs a this is someone who needs to have a strong sense of self, because you have a strong sense of self. And some people will look at a Gemini and be like, are you kidding? How can someone who is constantly shifting and evolving have a strong sense of self? Because there's still a core, there's still an anchor and a rootedness within that. There's still like a central place. There's still this pearl of purity that is unchanging, that light within us that we return to. And it's like when light hits the prism and then all of the colors come out. You are the prism itself. So you explore all of the different colors from that central place. And so you can be quite independent, right? And you don't like asking for permission to go do things. So there's going to be times when you just go off on your own. You're like, bye, I'm going this way with my, like, to chase an opportunity, to pursue a goal or a dream, or I'm facing a challenge in my life. I got to go take care of it, be right back, and it's because you are doing something for yourself, one of the many aspects of yourself, because you do have a strong sense of self most often. And a lot of the time it comes from, feeling abandoned or left out or left alone and feeling misunderstood, and having to explore all the aspects of yourself to understand and know yourself because you feel like nobody else does. And I think that that's part of sometimes the woundedness that Gemini faces. Or maybe that's just because I have a Gemini Chiron. But someone who does not have a strong sense of self, or does not feel abundant within themselves, might take this as rejection, because this is how they came out on the table, right? So it's literally you like, bye, I'm just gonna go do my own thing for a second. And you need someone who I think has they're comfortable and confident being autonomous and sovereign and going and doing their own things. So I think one of Gemini's love languages for sure is sharing ideas, sharing the things that they love and that they think are cool with people that they think are cool, right? So for instance, like one of the first things that I do when I know that I really like someone is I want to like add them to my Spotify so that I can see their playlist, so that they can see mine, so that we can talk about art, we can talk about philosophy, we can talk about psychology, we can talk about weird spiritual stuff. And I want to share the things that I know and that I find interesting, because that's part of my love language. It's communicating the things that matter to me and being curious about the things that matter to you. So you want someone who has their own stuff going on, but then there's this overlap of confidence. Essentially someone who has a very rich world on their own, the way that you have a rich world on your own. And you can share the abundance of that with one another, but not feel like left out in the cold, or jealous or abandoned or overlooked, just because you sometimes each pursue your own things. So you need someone who is strong and stable and confident in themselves, because Geminis very often are, like almost always, I would say they always are when they're in a healthy space. And I think that when we get pulled out of that, sometimes it's because we're with people that aren't. And it's almost like we become like secondhand insecure a little bit, trying to tend to or deal with their insecurity. Sometimes we can lose ourselves in that, or forget that we are very confident and secure. So those are the main themes or archetypes that are coming out. Let's see some other traits that your higher self would recommend for someone that you're with to have. Let's see. The first time ever you're dating someone who can do this with you, and essentially it has parallel lives with the same lessons. Aww. That's amazing, Cassandra. That is so powerful. Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat now. Okay. Other traits that you would recommend. Okay. Okay, this is beautiful. Yes. This is really lovely. This is very much a reflection of how you are as well, I feel like. It resonates good. Okay, so obstacles and gathering together came out here. Obstacles says unexpected obstructions, frustration, difficulties, feelings of hopelessness, struggle, and discouragement. And then gathering together says massing, converging, unifying, assembling, combining forces, and the sum is greater than the parts. And then we also have this innocence card here. A trusting nature, originality, spontaneity, open-heartedness, simplicity, and the unexpected. I feel like this is very Gemini-esque and Sagittarian-esque. Okay, so someone who has not been so sheltered that they have not seen some shit in their life is coming through. It would be good, again, like someone who knows how to explore their own ocean and can handle when things come up from the depths of yours as well. So when there is unexpected frustration or challenges or difficulties, when things get a little bit discouraging, someone who does not run away from that, but someone who uses that as an opportunity to get closer to you or to strengthen the relationship. That's what they're saying. Someone who will come to you with this open, trusting nature, even when things are difficult. They'll come to you as a friend. They'll come to you as someone where there's mutual respect between you, where there's interdependence, but also co-regulation of emotions. And they will say, how can we create a shared goal to get through this challenge that will strengthen our bond with one another simultaneously? Two birds, one stone. We're going to overcome this challenge, but we're also going to learn to love each other more as we work through this challenge. Yeah. So someone who's a baddie. Someone who's a baddie. That's what's coming through for that. Let's see. Let's clarify a little bit more. The thing is, not a lot really can take a Gemini down that easily. You don't get sucked into an energy of hopelessness. It takes a lot to bring you down. You can't keep a bad bitch down, right? But the one thing I think that does bring you down is when, like, you go through a lot, you share a lot of yourself, you share a lot of yourself with someone else, and then all of a sudden something difficult comes up and it's like they just abandon or they just peace out, right? It's like all of a sudden things are too hard and I don't have the guts, I don't have the backbone, I don't have the will or the strength, or I don't have the emotional depth and maturity to stay connected during those times, even when I feel vulnerable. So this would be someone who shuts down, who sees intimacy and vulnerability as like a weak point. And when that becomes the case, it becomes impossible really to deal with difficult things together because one person is getting overwhelmed and shutting down and pulling back, right? Whereas I feel like more often Gemini is going to come at it with, like, when they're in a good place, a Gemini will come at a challenge oftentimes from, let's problem solve, let's see this from a creative perspective. They don't go straight to hopelessness. Because again, you have this kind of lightness about you. You have this flexibility about you. So if a lot of the times, if a frustration or a difficulty comes up, you can pretty easily find a way around it. But you need someone who is as flexible as you. So someone who's not just going to get in their ego if there's a difficult like conversation that needs to be had, someone who's going to be flexible and can stay in their heart, right? And then someone who's not going to abandon you or make you feel any type of way for having your feelings surrounding certain things as well. You need someone, they're saying, that you can vent your feelings of frustration or discouragement to, and they won't be drowned by your expression. Again, it's like you can verbally process without somebody soaking it in or taking it personally or feeling overwhelmed or attacked and then like they need to push you away, right? So those are the things that are showing up as more important kind of traits for someone to have. Let's take a look at things that they would recommend you avoid. Let's see. What traits would you recommend Gemini avoid in a romantic partner if they are seeking optimal support, harmony, and success? That's too many. That's one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the gambler, the queen, and the thief came out. So gambler says relying on luck rather than hard work. And the queen says becomes arrogant when authority is challenged, controlling and demanding. And the thief says stealing money, creative ideas, affection, or other powers you think you lack. So the thing about Gemini is like we're very intelligent, extremely smart, while we still are in that state where we're still like vetting someone. But once our heart is all in, and this I feel like is kind of with everybody, it's like it's amazing how stupid you can be when you're in love, you know what I'm saying? So, but all the more with those signs that have this natural like childlike innocent kind of energy about them, right? Like all the more so for people that have, where'd that card go, this kind of vibe about them, a trusting nature and a natural open-heartedness. See you, Cassandra. But yeah, well, did I put that on the right? Okay, there we go. So someone who takes advantage of that. So once they're in, right, then someone who's going to say, okay, I can stop showing up the way that I did at the beginning. I can become entitled now, or I can be a lazy lover now, or I can just outright take advantage of the things that Gemini has that I feel like I lack. And this is something I think that Geminis can kind of experience a lot in life, both in partners and friendship as well. Unfortunately, I think that because we are so unassuming, and yet Geminis can be naturally good at a great deal of things, right? And it's kind of like being good, being like a little bit good, or knowing a little bit about a lot of things, because we dabble over here, a little bit back here, up there. And it's because of our own curiosity and intelligence. So we naturally want to be stimulated constantly. And so then that adds to that. And it brings in a lot of opportunities. It makes us social. Generally, Geminis, once people actually give them a chance and get to know them, are pretty well liked. If the Gemini also likes you, that is. And so I think that partners, at least the best friends that I've had who are Geminis, have ended up with partners who become jealous of them and want to control them, or want to feel the need to cut them down or like limit them in some way at times. And I think that that's something that can happen. But this also talks to, it's like, well, you have so much. What does it matter if I take advantage of that? What does it matter if I, steal some of what you have from you? And it's like, because that's not loyal, because that's not just, because do I need to go on, right? You don't just steal just because somebody has a lot. You don't know what it took for that person to get to where they were or where they are. So you need someone who knows their own worth and has confidence in themselves and is not going to be intimidated or jealous, not going to essentially become a secret op. You don't want to be sleeping with the enemy here, right? And then also someone who is not lazy. I mean, Geminis are very energetic people, a lot like Aries, not afraid to take on a challenge. And so you don't want someone who's just going to be impulsive or immature. Someone who knows when to lean on, like when to take a risk and when to follow their intuition, and when they also need to apply some of that masculine energy and get their hands dirty and take action towards what they're trying to accomplish as well. So someone who knows how to balance intuition and calling things in. Essentially, they're receptive and assertive elements. This part is interesting, this one. Someone who becomes arrogant when their authority is challenged or is controlling and demanding. Yeah, I feel like that's just never going to work for you, because you're someone who will challenge people. You just will. And it's not that you do it to be a dick, but you can be a little bit of the devil's advocate because you challenge yourself the same way. And I don't think that you realize how some people are insecure and take that very personally, right? Like they can't handle, it's not even constructive criticism. It's just like you literally not agreeing with yourself all the time, right? It's critical thought is really what it is, but a lot of people don't have that in spades so much these days. But yeah, the ability to think critically, to challenge yourself, to be challenged, and to be humble so that you can be flexible and you can be intelligent, you can learn and grow and evolve. And you want to be able to do that on your own terms as well. So someone who's going to stifle you and be controlling and like demand of you when you have stated, like, that's different than someone stating, these are my boundaries, these are my needs, right? But the two of you, when you come together and you have those conversations and you kind of know each other, then you're going to want someone who respects that and who can find a compromise with you, who's not going to fight you on it or take it personally or think that you're attacking them and get all defensive, right? That's going to suck the life and the joy and the natural kind of flow of playful energy and explorative energy out of a Gemini pretty fast. So those are the traits that they're saying it would be good to avoid. Okay, what's up? Let's be real, tarot. Thank you. I had the idea when I was showering this morning. Spirit was like, this would be fun. I was like, this would be fun. So I'm glad you guys like it. Okay, let's see. We're gonna move on now. What's up, Crystal? How are you? Okay, let's see. Where are you guys all coming to me from? I am in Alberta, Canada. I'll start. I'm Lisa, and my favorite color is blue. Just kidding. Let's see. Okay, Cancer. Where are my little crabby cakes at? My sweet crabby cakes. Crabby cakes. Here, yeah. Okay. Oh, I split to this. That's so Cancerian. let's tune into... Let's tune into the stream of Cancer's highest self. What's the saddest song you ever heard? Oh, I've got a couple. I can't choose between them. There's one song that makes me cry like every time I listen to it. It's by Moving Mountains, and I can never remember exactly which song it is, because there's two that I really love. Let's just all share the saddest song we've ever heard, you guys. There's a couple. Get me going. Okay. What type of person would you choose for Cancer, and why? That was fast. Oh, it's still on the bottom. Yes. I love it. Boom. Yeah, I definitely felt your Candle in the Wind. Yes. It's a good one. Dang. What is that song called? I'll tell you the name of the one by Moving Mountains, in case you want to check it out. It's a very, like, obscure band. Is it that one? Is that one? Yeah, it's called Eastern Leaves. Eastern Leaves by Moving Mountains. There's just, it's like the composition of the song paired with what he's saying. You're just like, oh my God, I can't resist. It's so good. Even just reading the lyrics just makes me feel like I want to cry. Listen to that song, you guys. Let me know what you think about it. That's one of mine anyways. Okay. All right, so what came out? Oh, let me timestamp you. Oh, Fiona Apple, yeah. Love me some Fiona Apple. Okay, Cancer. Let me take a drink of my coffee here before. It'd help if I opened it. What's up, Krabby Cakes? Hi, Cancer. I meant to do that before, but failed to open it. So that didn't go the way I'd wanted it to. Okay, let's get into this and see what's coming up, what your higher self would choose for you in regards to an optimal partner and why. So for the overall archetype or vibe, what came out is the medallion and the womb. Well, I love it personally. I'm a real big fan. So first of all, it's someone who understands what a prize you are and treats you as such. From the moment that they begin reaching for you, I feel like what they're saying is, what your higher self is saying, you should never feel like they quit reaching for you, is what I feel. Yeah. Can you expand on that a little bit more? They're being a little... like they're saying someone who doesn't turn their face from you. Someone who never stops reaching for you. That was too many. That's a lot. But the Page of Cups and the Ten of Cups is here. Yeah. They essentially someone who's committed, someone who sees that being with you is building a home, whether that means like whatever that means, whatever home means for you, right? Someone that sees you as, and I mean, you are the nurturer, you are the mother archetype, you are sort of the womb, you within your little shell. And so with the medallion, it's the medallion too, it's kind of implies you do something to reach the medallion or to gain the medallion, right? It's like a prize that you gain. And so this is like emotional security and understanding basically that once you bag a you bag a cancer and you truly have the love and the heart of a cancer, usually you have it for life. And usually it comes with, it's coming through as like very fertile soil to build a garden, but it's like to build a legacy, to build a family. You are this womb of creation, and what you choose to invest into that, because you are so much this feminine energy, right? What does the feminine do? It amplifies and reflects what is given to it or what it is in union with. And so they're saying that it's important for you to be with someone who sees that emotional softness and can honor it, but also understands what a strength that is, what a huge strength that is, and how much can be accomplished and built and sustained with someone like you, and then they don't take that lightly. And the medallion also has this like long term, again, it's like something you work towards over a long term. It's coming through as a long term goal. So it's sort of someone who's not going to see you and be like, oh yeah, I just want something like really light and really, it's not that you can't have fun short-term experiences. That's not really the energy that's coming through. I'm finding a hard time like actually putting words to what I'm feeling for this. I think it's just like someone who's honest about what they want and takes seriously the time that they are investing in you, no matter how long that is. But there is a sense of like seeing the potential and possibility and honoring you as someone who has that to offer. So it's essentially like meeting someone and being like, no, this person is wifey or hubby material, so I'm probably not going to act like a complete and utter schmuck to them, right? Because I am smart. Okay. So let's see here. Tell me more about the womb. Someone who can confidently birth the contents of their heart into action or into being is what's coming through with this. So someone who has an element of emotional creativity and expression that they're not ashamed of. So it doesn't mean that they're always going to share what's going on inside of them, because you don't always share what's going on inside of you emotionally, right? Or else people would be waterlogged. But you can handle that because you're always swimming in your own tides, right? Just like Pisces and Scorpio. But you do need someone who has that space, that sacred space that they honor within them, that does hold all of that like feeling. But then they also have to have the confidence with this yellow to actually put it out, right? Outside, and take action on it or pour it into something or express it with sincerity, I heard. So I'm channeling another Bryan Adams song. What the hell? Is it like his birthday today or something? Doesn't he sing that song? That song that's like, give it to me straight from the heart. I'm pretty sure that is Bryan Adams, Straight from the Heart. Bryan Adams, just all up in my reading. I don't think I've ever channeled a song by him before in my life. Yeah, exactly. They cannot get, so this is someone who doesn't get too in their own head. They don't get like destroyed and fucked up mentally over the emotions, but they know how to let them out in a healthy way. Again, a creative and expressive way. The Magician came out to clarify. So exactly what I was saying before, because that can lead to external success if poured into something creative or artistic, if expressed with sincerity to a partner, for instance, right? Then it ends up growing the relationship. So, yeah, those are the important traits and archetypes that I'm seeing they're mentioning for you. So let's take a look at some more traits that they are highlighting would be positive and important, or that would work with you really well in a partnership. So what kind of required traits would you say this person has that Cancer should be with? Tried to kill a mosquito. Didn't work. Wow, really heavy Virgo energy coming out here for you. So, I don't know about compatibility between Cancers and Virgos, but just what's coming to mind immediately with that energy is that I feel like someone who is at least in a healthy energy of Virgo, not like an overly criticizing kind of like shadowy version of Virgo, but someone who is just, who has strong capacity to witness others, because Virgos are incredibly observant and receptive, right? So when they're in an environment or a situation, or when they are paying attention to a person, they're picking up on all of the little things. They're picking up on the things that weren't said. They're picking up on body language. And because you are so deep, emotional, and complex, I feel like that trait would be positive for someone to have that you date, whether they are a Virgo or not. But what came out is Venus in Virgo, discrimination, Sun in Virgo, health, and also Mercury in Sagittarius, discovery. I feel like this is someone adventurous and someone who is a little spontaneous, someone who could pull you out of your shell. But again, it's someone who needs to have the discernment to be able to know when the right time to do that is and when it is not the right time, right? So you want someone who can see into you beyond just the surface level, so that they know, so that kind of like they know what you need. I heard even before you know what you need. So someone that definitely pays attention to detail is coming through here. Someone who is grounded in their own daily habits and routines as well, with the Sun in Virgo, health. So someone who knows how to take care of themselves. And I think that structured sort of daily routine and habit, or just having things that they know work for them, that they can do when life gets a little bit overwhelming or heavy, that's good, because sometimes you can get overwhelmed by your emotional state and by the, you know, you're also kind of like a sponge for other people's feelings and energies as well. So you want someone who can regulate their own emotions through like grounded activities and behaviors and structures that they've put into their day-to-day life that allow them to not be overwhelmed or to project their crap onto you or into the environment that you're sharing with them. And this could also rub off on you in positive ways as well. So if you are like dating someone or living with someone, for instance, maybe some of their habits end up becoming your habits as well, or just again, when they are investing into those things that keep them grounded, you are also, because you are like sponging up or soaking up the energies that are shared, you are benefiting from that rather than it bringing you into a greater space of spiral. Okay. All right. Don't even think about it. I see all these mosquitoes circling me, and they all, none of them are bold enough to try to bite me from the front, but then they all like, I'm like, I see you, bitch. Going behind my back thinking you can bite me. Say it to my face. Okay, let's see. Tell me about this Virgo energy. What? Someone who also knows what is good for you and what is not. This is Mercury and Cancer energy here, the Two of Cups. Someone who knows you very well and can see into you and reflect you back at you, but is not going to lose themselves in you. They know you well enough that they can stand up for you and fight for you if someone is on their fuck shit and they're trying to take advantage of you, right? If you are invested in an injustice, they're saying that someone that would be good for you is someone who can discriminate and see what is healthy and what is not healthy from somewhat of like a healthily detached place, so that they can stand up for you if maybe you're confused or emotional. I heard being emotionally manipulated. Let's hope not. But, you know, the world is the world, and sometimes that happens. So that is coming out for that. What about this Discovery card, this Sagittarian energy? Someone who can speak your language too, with that Two of Cups. And they can discriminate, or they can tell when you have a handle on your own stuff and when you might need a little bit of assistance or a little bit of like pressing, what am I trying to say? Pressing's not really the word, but like a little digging, a little bit of pushing. Like, are you really fine? You know, are you really okay? Or are you just saying that? Sometimes you are just saying that, and sometimes you need someone to push to discover a little bit more what's going on under the surface. But other times you haven't, you're feeling a lot, but you're not ready to talk about it yet, or you've got it, like you're regulating your own thing and you haven't come to a conclusion about it yet, so you don't really want to share it. Cancerians can be really private, even with people that they do love, and it's just they need to feel like they're in a safe energy to share, or to let someone into their shell to share that experience with them. And sometimes it just takes a little bit more time than others for them to get there. So there's times when it would do more damage to push and try to force that out of them. You might get the claws, right? But other times it's good to know when you're maybe not in the healthiest state. If you've been in bed for like, you know, a week straight and there's just a growing pile of ice cream cartons beside the bed, for instance, someone might want to step in just to make sure that you're all right. Okay, let's take a look at some traits that they recommend you avoid in a partner. Let's see. I'm getting eaten by mosquitoes at this moment in time. I wonder if we have mosquito spray inside. And if so, where would it be? see. Do we have... Okay. Let's see. What traits would you recommend Cancer avoid? Okay. Yeah. So there's 3 things here. The first card that came out is the Avenger. It says resorting to violence in the name of a cause. Yeah, we would love it if that didn't happen, right? I'm not sure. Okay. Violence in the name of a cause. I feel like that's coming through as someone with just a reckless sort of element to their temper, though. Okay. So the light attributes here, it says a desire to balance the scales of justice and taking righteous action. So when it's not that, right, then it would be basically just doing the opposite. So not doing the right thing, not caring about, doing the right thing on behalf of the connection or themselves just for the sake of being just and fair. But going in the opposite direction. So this would be someone who, like, if there's an argument, then they kind of fly off the handle, and it's like something that could have been easily solved just from maybe sitting and being calm and seeing the other person's side of things, all of a sudden turns into this thing where now the relationship's over. Now your clothes are on the front lawn and they're driving away and they never want to see you again. It's like, how did we get here? Like, when the initial fight was literally over just a misunderstanding in tone of voice or something like that, right? You're too sensitive to deal with someone who you have to walk on eggshells around, who's going to also, there's an element of like gaslighting or punishing you for being too emotional here. So being like, why are you overcomplicating things again? Why are you being so emotional again? Why can't you just let it slide? Or why can't you just be less, essentially? That's going to cause you to really put yourself in your shell, and I feel like it would create a lot of distance between you and someone. Okay, so there's that. Then there is this Gemini energy. Okay, she found some. Hold on. Okay. Which the shadow attributes, some of them are superficiality, being a backstabber, directionless, reckless, and anxious thought. The part that's really standing out to me here is actually the directionless and the reckless part, as well as the anxious thought. You are very good at navigating your own tides, and you're ruled by the moon, so you can be very good with like understanding the cyclical nature of all things and then following that cycle. Even if you're a woman, right, you might be very good at working with your cycle, going through the different phases, knowing that when you are in your luteal phase, you're going to be feeling very, very different than when you're ovulating, for instance, right? So you are good at navigating your own tides. But if you're with someone who is kind of directionless or reckless or all over the place, I feel like that would throw off your groundedness and scatter you quite a bit. So I think that's what's coming through in regards to that. And then the last cards that came out, this Don Juan card with the slave, which also came out for Did that one come out for Gemini too? I think it did. It came out for someone else. I'm pretty sure it was Gemini. So it says giving your willpower to an external authority out of fear of making your own choices. And then also the Don Juan card says using the power of romantic attraction for private agendas. Haha, I got you, son of a bitch. I feel like this would be someone who actually just, this is coming through with as someone who has like mommy issues essentially, and is trying to get into a romantic connection as a means of just being parented, being mothered, being taken care of, being babied essentially, or parented by the partner. And I think that this happens to you guys quite a bit when you're not careful and discerning about the people you're coming into contact with, because you're so nurturing and you carry that mothering energy. There are a lot of people out there who they want to be seen, they want to be held, they want to be cared for and nurtured in that way. And that's fine because you offer that with a lot of generosity and naturally too. It doesn't really take much from you to offer that to someone, especially when you love them. It comes quite naturally, right? But when someone is just coming to you with the agenda of, now I don't have to make any of my own choices, now I don't have to take care of myself, now I don't have to use my own willpower or strengthen my own inner authority or sense of self, I can just basically become, instead of Cancer's partner, I can be like Cancer's child. And that is detrimental, obviously, for many reasons, because then there becomes a huge imbalance in the relationship. Yeah, justice. There needs to be balance for it to be fair. Okay. That's what I see for you, Cancer. So I'm gonna go grab that bug spray before we move on to Leo. And I'll be right back, and we'll continue this as I spray a cloud of chemicals around my head, because I'd actually prefer that right now to waking up covered in mosquito bites. Let's see. Switch decks again. Okay. I'll be right back, you guys. Probably put my flip-flops on in case I step on something. Oh no. The worst thing has happened. Fuck. Fuck my life. Okay. You're not going to be able to hear a single word I say, so I'm going to have to move. But I have a lot of things to move, sadly. Hold on, let me brainstorm possible solutions while I spray myself. Well, I was like, well, I know my parents aren't gonna come out and mow the lawn because they know I'm out here. However, my neighbor, apparently decided that that was the thing to do right now. So let me just maybe it will be fast. Let's hope so. Gosh, bro, come on. Come on, dude. Could you not? You know what? I'm just gonna... I don't know what's happening. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Was that loud for you? But let me know if you can hear me. I don't know how much my laptop actually picks up in terms of... I know my phone is a lot more sensitive. Oh God, here we go. It was loud. Yes, you can hear me, or yes, it was loud. I can't. I can't right now. I don't know if it's immediately going to start again, though, so I don't know if I should be moving right now. We might need to just take a beat and just chill with each other and have a moment here just to make sure you love this chaos. This is friggin' ridiculous. I can hear him like trying to start it again, and I'm like, could you not? Maybe Spirit is intervening and they're like, you're not going to be able to start that motherfucker. Haha, I'm a witch. Don't mess with me. He's literally struggling so hard. Okay. I'm a jerk for finding this humorous, but I have to find it humorous. I have to. All right. How are you guys feeling the new moon energies, by the way? Are you feeling them heavily? We are going to move on now to Leo. Hopefully. And if I have to, I will painstakingly move all of the shit inside. Alright. Oh God. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Here's what I'm gonna do, okay? It's a small backyard, so I'm gonna mute the audio. I'm going to pull all of Leo's cards, and then hopefully by the time I'm ready to actually start, he will have fucked off, okay? So just one second. Unless the weed whacker comes next. I think he's moved on to the front yard. That was ridiculous. You're still gonna be able to hear it slightly in the background, I'm assuming, but that was so loud. I apologize if anyone was wearing their headphones and had their eardrums blown out by that. Oh gosh. I should just start doing a new moon ritual out here and really scare him. Really freak him out, you know? Know that he lives next to a witch. Don't mess with me. I'm already out here with my tarot cards. Oh. Okay. Got this. But nothing was lost. I just used that time to pull the cards. So, let's see, and I'm not even done fully yet. So let me just grab a few more. There we go. Tell me about... Ah, yes, sounds of summer. Birds chirping, crickets in the field. The eardrum shattering sound of my neighbor deciding to cut his lawn directly next to me while I'm recording. What's not to love? Let's see. What's that? Okay. Let's see. Let's timestamp you and hopefully get into your reading and not be interrupted. Let's see. We'll see about that. Just grab one tarot card for each of these and then we'll get into it. There needed to be a little bit of drama and entertainment added. It is a Leo new moon after all. There also needed to be some complication because it's Mercury retrograde. Okay. I like it. Okay, let's see. What's up, Leo? I hope you guys are doing well. Happy freaking birthday season, babes. I hope you have the most amazing season, birthday, surrounded by people who see how bright you shine and who do not try to put a limit on that, who do not get overwhelmed or intimidated by that, but who see you as a star and the prize and someone who they should be grateful to be standing next to for no matter how long that might last. So have a great season. Let's see what your higher self is saying in regards to the type of person that they would choose for you and why. So the overall archetype or vibe that is coming out came out as the poet and the shapeshifter here, which is really interesting. So, clarifying the poet is the Eight of Wands in reverse. I heard moves through life like molasses, but I'm not seeing that as a bad thing, actually. I'm feeling more like La Dolce Vita vibes from that. Sorry, these mosquitoes. I'm feeling like someone who takes their time with life. Poets, right? People who see the beauty, the awe, the wonder, the romance in life. People who stop to smell the flowers. People who don't move through life in such a rush that, you know, they still walk with their head up when they're walking down the street. They still smile at strangers that are passing them by. They don't miss the little moments. That indulging in those little moments, like the first smell and sip of your coffee in the morning, the kiss on your forehead when you're falling asleep, or the one last look at your partner right before you close your eyes with your heads on the pillow and just like having that moment of gratitude. These are things that enrich our life and enrich our connections. And when we're in a hurry, we miss a lot of that shit, right? For instance, when you're walking from point A to point B and you've just got your phone and your head is down and you're just in your zone or your headphones are on, then you're not having that meaningful conversation with the cashier at the bookstore who blows your mind just by saying one small thing, or who reminds you of the importance of human connection. So there's something here about this. There's also a creative element to it, which I feel like would be really good for you to be with someone like that, because you also are like that. But for me, the poet is quite, it's a different kind of creativity or artistry than what I mostly get from like Leo energy. It's a little more watery, a little less fiery. But this is someone overall who's not in a rush, who's not going to push, who's going to take their time with you, with life, with building the relationship. And I love that. I'm so here for that. And the thing about poets and artists as well, right? They're incredibly passionate people, incredibly passionate, inspired people. It's just that they come at it from a slightly different angle. I see Leo's playfulness as more, there's more movement to the expression. I don't know really how to explain it. It's less lyrical the way that I'm seeing it, and it's more embodied. Like I'm seeing like an actor versus like a poet. I don't know why that's the way that I'm witnessing the difference, but to me, it's like watery feminine creativity or creative energy versus fiery, playful, masculine, more assertive or embodied creativity. So hopefully you understand what I'm saying in regards to that. But I think that someone who has more of this slow moving, chill, but still intentional, still artistic, still again able to see and I heard generate as well, but also receive and appreciate those little rich moments and pockets of life, that would be really important for you because they bring that natural tendency out in you as well. You're ruled by the heart, right? That you can also be leaders and you can also be very driven and very goal oriented. So I think it is good for you to have someone that reminds you to slow down and refill with the things that genuinely make you feel full from the place of the heart and the soul. Not just like getting what you need to be able to wake up and not be tired in the morning, but getting what you need so that you can wake up and have a full spirit as well. And you can apply the absolute best of yourself from that place. Okay, then the shapeshifter. This came out with Temperance, which is Sagittarian energy. Let's see. Oh, I never noticed that before. Okay, that's actually a cat. I literally have never noticed that about this card, and I've had this deck for years. That's so interesting. I just looked at it closer because I was like, what is that anyways? Wow. Yeah, that's a tiger. Toiga. So you want something also, that is very interesting. Even that Temperance came out and Sagittarius is a fellow fire sign, but different from you. The tiger connected, obviously still feline, but different from a lion. There's something here about someone who is like you, but not so much that the two of you are competing or that the two of you are stepping on each other's toes. It's like there's enough that you can stand on common ground and you can understand one another, but there's enough of a difference that you still balance one another out and that you can still be inspired and learn from each other as well because you're not exact clones or copies of the other. I love that. I can't believe I've never noticed that about this card before. I feel really called to like look and see also what this says in the book, which I haven't done for any other, but I'm only going to do that if I feel really called for specific ones. So let me just see. I feel like there might be like just one specific thing that they want me to also include that might be covered in here. Where's the table of contents? Shapeshifter. Oh, I flipped right to it. The trickster, the elusive, the formless. Someone who is vibrant, adaptive, and humorous. When in shadow, this would be a charlatan, a people pleaser, or someone with trickster energy. Oh my gosh, the first line literally says, the shapeshifter has a love of theater. Okay, well, we were just talking about that. So this is someone, though, who appears as something on the surface, but then reveals a more complex story beneath the surface as you get to know them. And they are a little bit experimental. They are vibrant, they are flexible and adaptive, and they can change shape. They're also an energy that doesn't take itself too seriously. So this is something coming through as someone who can self-regulate quite well. And Leos are incredibly passionate, fiery people. They can have a bit of a temper at times, right? Only it takes quite a bit to get a Leo fired up to the degree that they won't just pour it, like turn around and pour it into like going out and being like, all I do is win, 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 you know, because you're so focused, you're leaders. But in an unhealthy state, that's not always the case. Yeah, this is someone who's balanced, who also can shift their energy to see things from, they can put themselves in someone else's shoes, let's say, and they can also adapt to the landscape when it changes and look at life more through a kaleidoscope rather than a single focus lens. So I think that the way that this balances you out and benefits you is because it's kind of contrasting to your fixedness, which is such a strength, especially with your fire, because it's like once your will, your actual spirit is aligned with something, right? The strength card, once you know that it aligns with your beliefs, morals, values, and the person you wish to be and what you want to bring to this world, you can be incredibly solid and focused within that, to the point that, because it's in tune with your center and your integrity, right? So once you attune to that, it can be very hard to pull you off track, and you shouldn't even, but you also want variety in your life. So this will help you, I think, balance that out in the moments that, like, let's say you're not working towards a specific goal, you have something that kind of shakes things up for you and brings in that sense of creativity, of balance, of inspiration, maybe in places that you wouldn't expect to find it necessarily. So I think that that's why that's beneficial for you. Okay. Okay. I like it. So, required traits as your higher self would choose. Kick my coffee over, that would be travesty. All right. What came out for this is very interesting, because this to me is a super Leo-esque card, and it's great power. Strength of character, authority, dignity, influence, self-confidence, leadership, peak condition, and potency. That's very Leo to me. And then also, this difficulty in the beginning card came out, which says growing pains, doubts and fears, awkwardness, becoming stronger, vulnerability, and inexperience. So they're saying this is matching your energy. This is someone who matches your energy, is kind of what they're highlighting here. Because you have strong, when you are in your, again, in your light, balanced kind of embodiment and expression, you are very powerful, and you can be very powerful without saying a lot. It's more of an energetic thing, right? The greatest leaders carry that sense of authority and dignity, and most often it's through leading by example, right? What is the strongest way to lead people? By example. Because when you're not just talking the talk, but you're also walking it, then that makes you believable, it makes you relatable, it makes people trust you. And so this is someone who has the confidence to be the leader of their own life, and to take the take leadership in the connection with you when needed, right? Because it should be kind of shared. It's someone who has authority over their own life, and they move with a sense of dignity and strength of character. Because I feel like you move that way. And so you need to be with someone who can match and balance that as well. so that you're not kind of over compensating for essentially their weakness. Like when you have to teach someone how to be strong and how to stand up for themselves, or how to be like a good person, right? Like someone who does not have morals and values locked down, someone who's very either immature or just not serious about their own, about self-awareness and self-development, really, is not probably going to fly with you too much. Then this difficulty in the beginning, it's someone who needs to be strong enough to tackle the initial challenges of things when you're first starting them, right? So when you're first learning something, for instance, there can be that awkward phase where you're in a space of being the beginner. You don't have the experience and you might feel a little bit vulnerable, but then as you continue to apply yourself, you do gain strength, right? This is also someone who they're saying that's important for when you go through phases of ascension or growth, or when you face a challenge that is going to overall build your character, I guess. You want someone that's not going to get lost in doubt and fear, but they're going to be able to approach that like challenge accepted, not someone who's gonna shy away or run from the things that they need to face the most. Because I feel that you are someone who generally faces things very much head on. And I think you would get quite frustrated by someone who ran from things that they could, in your eyes, things that they could easily face and overcome and then be stronger and wiser due to that experience. So this card came out to clarify those two. And it says the most profound things are inexpressible. It's interesting because they're highlighting that it's more like having this nature, but they don't necessarily need to express it all the time. Again, it's coming through as being something that they embody and express through just their being on a day-to-day basis. They don't have to be literally like writing poems every day and expressing all of their feelings, right? The most profound things are inexpressible. So it's more so this person's rich inner world and their ability to resonate with you, because I feel like you are more outwardly expressive. And so it's coming through as someone who's not going to like drown you out. They're going to let you shine because they're confident in themselves. And it's that quiet confidence and authority where they know their own strength of character. They know that the influence that they have on the world and that they are potent in their own way. And so they don't need to compete with you. They don't need to steal the spotlight. Or they at the very least know like when it's their turn to shine and when it's yours. The frick? Someone also who's not going to be intimidated or not going to let your confidence, beauty, and the attention that you get put them into a spiral of fear and, possessiveness and just acting a fool out of those types of emotions. This is someone who feels deeply, who would be good for you, but also knows how to regulate that in a contained kind of way that's not going to take away from you and the connection. And there are some things too that it's important to just feel between the two of you as like a resonance and a shared, I don't know, maybe a shared truth or a shared emotion that can be expressed in many ways, not necessarily always with words, but it will be expressed, whether through, just continuing to show up loyally and committed to you, through acting with that strength of character, through gift giving in the form of either just showing up with appreciation and gratitude for you, or small acts of service or something like that. But there are many different ways to express things from a place of dignity and character that are not about just sitting down and having a conversation about it, right? So that's what I'm seeing about traits that they are saying would work well with you. So on the flip side here, what they're saying you could avoid that may not support harmony and success in relationships for you as much. You have Sun in Capricorn, achievement, and Mars in Aries, impulsiveness. Okay. This is coming through as a couple different things. First of all, I feel like someone who relies on strictly luck rather than hard work to actually achieve, someone who doesn't have strength and discipline to actually follow through towards a goal to achieve something and to lead and guide and like keep themselves convicted, keep themselves motivated, right, towards their own goals, because you can naturally take on that kind of like cheerleader-esque quality, but it can be a little exhausting when you're constantly having to do that for somebody else. So this is someone, they would say don't be with someone who doesn't have their own goals and achievements that they're very passionate about moving towards, their own hopes and dreams, because they're probably going to feel crushed under the weight of like your achievements and things if they don't have their own things to kind of dig into, whether that is like financial, creative, or even like relational. Like they should have their own accomplishments in terms of having friends that they can also rely on and hang out with and different things like that. But there's also this impulsive energy. No, they're going back to the achievement. What did I miss about that? Okay, someone who doubts themselves or has guilt surrounding creating abundance and belonging in their life is what they're highlighting here. Someone with patterns of guilt and doubt that block abundance and belonging in their life. So that would be someone who is kind of in a state of war with themselves or contradiction within themselves, someone who longs for achievement, and they might even start impulsively moving towards certain achievements. But then again, there's something about not being able, like, they can't make it last. It's like they can't, sorry, Scorpio moment there. They can't, I almost said keep it up. They can't keep up. Someone who doesn't see their own worth, and so they have trouble pursuing and staying in a healthy state of pursuit towards their goals. Or when they feel like they find someone who sees them or somewhere that they belong, doubt and guilt seep in because they're not used to having that. They're not used to being seen, understood, held. And because they haven't found a way to give that to themselves, they're still simultaneously seeking that which they desire. And also, look at Luna. Loons. She just came to the window and started meowing. Can you guys see her? I like how she did that for your reading and your reading only. She's like, no, I'm here to meow at Leo. I need to say hello. I think she just realized that I'm out here. She's so cute. I don't know if you could even see her. Plus, I turned my ring light on inside the window in case it gets dark while I'm out here. I was like, I am so innovative thinker here, you guys. Loon, stop meowing at me. You want to come out? There's no screen on the window. Hold on, I'm gonna let her out here for a second. Come out. Come on out. Come. Come on, hang out. Come on. You're a wildcat now. In her natural habitat. All right. A cloud of hair. That's her natural habitat. Hi. What? Do you think I abandoned you? I'm literally just on the other side of the window. Hi. She's just purring. You're cute. I'm gonna have to watch her because I can't let her go out there. She will slip through the... Oh, you're gonna eat a bunch of grass and then puke it up, aren't you? Okay, well, it is what it is. Okay, so the other thing then that's coming through about this is this impulsive energy, right? I don't find Leos to be very impulsive at all. I feel like that is more of an Aries or even sometimes a Sagittarius thing. You don't need to show your butt to everybody here, buddy. I feel like Leos tend to take more time making sure that, again, that things do truly resonate and align with who they are, because again, they have that fixed quality, and once they point themselves in a certain trajectory and they start applying themselves, it can be hard to pull themselves out of that. They kind of can be all or nothing once they apply themselves, like every, like all fixed signs. My hair keeps getting caught on this earring. Okay. Also, this card came out, which is lyrics, and it's lyrics from a Banks song. Banks? Is that the band? Is that the... I'm pretty sure that is the name of the singer. And the song is called Weaker Girl. And the lyrics are, tell me what you want from me. I think you need a weaker girl, kind of like the girl I used to be. I'm gonna let you do what you want to do. I'm gonna let you say what you want to say. But I'm gonna need a bad motherfucker like me. I'm gonna need a bad, I'm gonna need a bad, I'm gonna need a bad. I'm gonna need a bad motherfucker like me. I feel like that basically sums it up. And I love that we're stopping on that. You're welcome for channeling Bryan Adams songs, by the way. Might be you. He's a Scorpio? Oh. Who knew? Maybe that's why we low-key fuck with Bryan Adams up in this house. In this house, we fuck with Bryan Adams. But yeah, that is what I'm seeing for you, Leo. Let me write this down because I do want to put the songs that I was channeling. I like putting them in the description so you guys can check them out if you want to. But I hope that resonated with you. Have an amazing new moon season birthday. She's literally just mowing down on grass in the corner. Luna, what are you doing? Okay. Fuck you, Mom. I'm eating grass. Okay. Well, you do your thing. Okay. Let me see. Weaker girl. Is her name Banks? Pretty sure it is. Why am I questioning that? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's move on to Virgo. Loons, don't eat too much grass. Hey, Luna. Yeah, she's not listening. She doesn't care. I know she's gonna throw that up 100%. It's the only reason why I'm like, could you not though? I'm gonna be cleaning your puke off. Something. Last time she came out in the backyard with me, she did this. She walked around the whole perimeter of the yard, just like a lawnmower, and just like ate grass. And then she puked it up on my bed. Yeah, it was sexy. Well, that's where the action happens. And by action, I do mean my cat throwing up. Yeah. I need to get laid, you guys. Okay. So, moving on to Virgo. I like how the mosquitoes are like, nope, gonna go around. Yeah, you better turn back, buddy. You better. Alright, let's see what's going on with Virgo. Loons, you are so gonna be sick. What a turkey. What a turkey. Okay, Virgo. All right, let's tune into Virgo's higher self. What is up? Virgo's higher self. She's doing it again. Doing the whole perimeter. Just don't go over there. There's wasp nest and spiders. So you're on your own if you go over there. I'm just warning you. Virgo's higher self. Virgo. What kind of person would you choose for Virgo? Optimally? And why? I like that. Oh my gosh, I'm channeling a Nickelback song. Good Lord. Ooh. Hit you a little bit. Punched my laptop a little bit there, sorry. Alright. Let's give you some more of the tree in the background because she's cute. Not that one. So I don't forget the song. Although I doubt I will. Alright. Get your cards down here. One more. Alright, that was too many. From this deck. You guys see her? He's back there. Perimeter, just lawn mowing away back there. Much quieter than the lawnmower that came out in Virgo's or Leo's reading, I must say. Although that was also entertaining. Hey, weirdo. What you doing back there? She's like, I am not Luna out here. Wildcat. I'm Bastet. Right. Anything else with that? Ooh, the sun on my back actually feels really nice. I'm gonna move back a slight amount to get some sun. Okay, and then finally, some traits that you would advise Virgo, not Leo, Virgo, to possibly avoid. What will not bring harmony and success? What will not as likely bring harmony and success? Sorry. You're a mosquito! Get away from me! Okay. All right. So let's see. The guy you were talking about earlier. Oh, he's a Virgo sun and moon. Nice. Okay, let's see. Hi, Virgo. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. All right. Let's see here what's going on, what your higher self would recommend in terms of an optimal partner for you, or someone who has traits that will work really well with you and bring support, harmony, and success to the relationship versus what would probably not work as well. All right. Ooh, that was a little bit of a lot there, so let's just pull you closer so you don't see that. Okay. I wouldn't ask AI about things that require like more of an intuitive understanding personally, but I would personally say that someone who has the same moon and sun, it's kind of like the same inward and outward expression of self, and it's also in terms of, it's kind of like the same ego and emotional expression. Does that make sense? Or they're at least on the same page, so they're aligned. And also, I would say, yeah, I still wouldn't just because, but I'm also on an AI, like, fuck you, AI sort of tangent right now because of rabbit holes and studying that I did recently, and now I'm just like, I don't trust you at all, biatch. But I would also say sometimes with astrology they say that your moon is like more what you resonate with earlier in life, and your sun is more something at the core of you that like you grow into over time. So a lot of astrologers will say that you will resonate more with your sun like the older that you get or the more you move through life. Such a majestic creature. Hi, you want to hang out? Or are you going to go back inside now that you ate your fair share of grass? Yeah, I feel like she wants to go back in now. Your reading's getting interrupted in many ways here. Just give me 1 second, okay? Ugh. Your rising is your ego a little bit more, and just like the face that you put. Oh. Okay. So your rising is how other people perceive you. Like, it's not necessarily the truest, most deepest element of your personality, but it is the foot you put forward in new experiences in life, when you meet new people. It's kind of how you are seen by others, and it can also be like pivotal points of your personality. But your personality is something that should be kind of constantly evolving and changing, right? If you get too stuck in the idea of a certain type of personality, then you're not going to grow, and you're boxing yourself in or limiting yourself. So that's what I would say about that. But I feel like your sun is more, is less surface level slightly. Hi, Spectral Spec. You're a Virgo, Sun and Moon, Leo, rising in Venus. Aww. I don't have any videos, but I would like to make some astrology videos. The only thing that stops me is that I intuitively download, and I'm gonna change Virgo's timestamp. So if you're a Virgo and you're frustrated right now, I love you, and don't worry, I will I will change your timestamp, because Luna needing to go inside and all sorts of stuff happened there. But I intuitively download a lot of insights about astrology, but then when I go and research, they're all on point. So I'm like, okay, the basis of this was, I just knew, but I have like claircognizance is one of my gifts, which is just clear knowing. So yeah, but I feel like with astrology, you never feel like you know, right? She identifies as a calf. A cat before she came outside. But yeah, I would, if you guys have questions, maybe I'll make a post, a community post, like what are your most curious questions about astrology and stuff, and then maybe I could start with going through some of that, or just the basics of certain things. But once you start learning, it's never ending with astrology, honestly. Like, there are so many elements. No, it's okay. Don't worry about tipping or paying or anything. I would say put it in a comment. Put your questions in a comment in the video when the video is done, if you want, or watch for a post, and I'll post my story and gifts. Yeah, people wanted me to share that, so I'll have to do that soon too. But yeah, without getting distracted, astrology is a lot. One of the last guys that I dated, I remember he was like, just give me the main points, like explain everything that there is to know about astrology in half an hour. And I was like, you wish. You obviously know nothing about astrology, because that is physically impossible to do. And no, it's just not going to happen. And then once I started explaining, he was like, what? I had no idea it was that complicated. And I was like, it's extremely complicated. But anyways, put your questions in a comment, and I will revisit that whole thing later. Sorry, Mercury retrograde sometimes like scatters my thinking. Normally I'm streamlined with my Aqua Mercury and Cap Mercury in Vedic, but sometimes during retrogrades, it is not so much. So let me cover up the chat and get into okay. Hi Virgo, we're gonna use that timestamp because it's fun. I hope you're doing well. So let's dive in to the type of person your higher self would choose for you and why optimally. So this is going to be someone whose traits work well with yours. They may create harmony, support, and success within a connection. But this is not the end-all, be-all, obviously. So take it how it resonates for you ultimately, okay? Did you just puke on the bed? Oh no, she's just licking her paws. My cat just came out and ate a whole bunch of grass moments ago and then went back inside. So we're all waiting for the thrilling climax to that story. All right, so a lot of cards came out for the overall archetype or vibe of this person, and they're mostly connected, but the warrior is the first one that came out, which I feel like is not as much connected to the others, which came out as a bunch. So let's look at this one first. So the warrior. Tell me about why the warrior is an important or complementary archetype for Virgo. The King of Swords. The Page of Cups and the Three of Swords. Okay. I'm hearing that Chumbawamba song, Tub Thumpin'. So it's essentially saying that you need someone who gets knocked down, but they get up again. You're never going to keep them down, you know? So the reason that is important, and they're saying specifically you want someone who has a very strong mind. Now, you also generally have a strong mind. However, this is coming through as different because this is air, an air sign. And while you are mercurial, you're Mercury ruled, you are still an earth sign. So I feel like information and communication and expression and those more mercurial elements, the way that they come through you are very different than how they move through a Gemini or an Aquarius, for instance. And I think that sometimes when you get overloaded with information, you do not have as easy of a time staying completely detached from it and being able to just compartmentalize it. I feel like a lot of the time you can take it on. It can translate into physical anxiety or physical stress or tension in your body, and especially in your gut, right? Tell me a Virgo that doesn't have stomach issues. I've never met one, but that's kind of how this is coming through, is that when you do get overwhelmed by, it might be by emotion. So they want you to be with someone who's emotionally resilient and flexible, like can bounce back from things. And when they get hurt, they're not going to completely shut their heart down. There's a tenderness that is innate in them, an innocence that is innate with them, a purity that you also have within you. But sometimes you can get very critical of yourself and others, or you can get a little bit harsh when you're overwhelmed, both towards yourself and other people, right? Sorry, you might get really blinded here for just a little bit while the sun does its thing, and I'm going to put my sunglasses on. But you want someone who is emotionally and mentally resilient. Someone who can call you out, who's as intelligent as you with this King of Swords, maybe in a different way though. Someone who's able to see when you hit a wall and it's like, okay, the way that you're approaching this from an intelligence perspective is it's not doing you any favors right now. And they can kind of like, they can reach you when you're sort of spiraling, let's say that, right? These glasses are big and they don't fit so well with this hat, but we're just gonna freaking go with it because it's real bright out here all of a sudden. Okay. So this Mercury retrograde might be a doozy for you because I am feeling scattered and distracted, and a lot of external distractions are coming up in this reading. So just as an FYI or a side note, you may want to manifest with this Leo new moon a little bit of groundedness. Like there could be a lot of emotion that is coming up for you, and this could, okay, yeah. So that's interesting. I wonder where it is passing. Like, so for a Virgo rising, what would that be? But anyways, look at where this is hitting your chart, because it might be kind of destabilizing you, or you might be feeling a lot. But what they're saying, how it applies, why they're bringing it up now, is that they want you to be this person for yourself if this is a time where a lot is being revealed to you or where you feel a little bit overwhelmed. So they want you to take what I'm saying and try to be this partner for yourself, which is always a good way, a good like action, right? Be the partner that you wish to attract for yourself. But they're saying that at this time that might be important for you, okay? So that's the warrior, someone with great strength of emotion and mind who can hold you accountable, but not in a harsh way, hold you accountable for your greatest good. And they are dignified, they are just, so you can trust them. This is someone who's going to tell you, they're going to say it like it is, but not to hurt you, just to be honest. And they're going to, the King of Swords also knows how to use tact to say what they need when tact is needed. He's not cold and hardened. But a Virgo in their shadow can be a little bit. So this is someone who can see you and not, they have thicker skin, right? Like they're not going to take everything that you say personally when you're in a bit of a state where you're criticizing yourself harshly, and some of that spills over your edges. So it's the ability to keep yourself accountable without cutting yourself down, okay? The other cards that came out that all are kind of tied together are very, very interesting, and I actually love this because you know how Virgo is the virgin. You have this sense of purity that comes from the way that you refine yourself. Generally, most Virgos have very strong character and very strong morals that come from going through a lot of experiences and refining down, painstakingly refining those experiences down to integrate the knowledge and become the best version of themselves that they can be, because they have incredibly high standards for themselves. So it's interesting because what came out is the shadow, and so the shadow and the seed came out first, and then the mask and the animal. But they all kind of go together. So the shadow and the seed. The shadow is actually not just about shadow, nor is the shadow negative or bad. It's just like, for me, this is talking about, yes, it could talk about what is in your unconscious, right? What is in the shadow. But with this visual, it's showing me like integration, right? So it's showing how the light and the shadow contrast, create a mirror for one another, essentially. And that's important for them to work together, to blend together, to honor and respect one another, to be integrated and supportive of each other, right? Because even in the shadow, there is a seed of light. There is a seed of purity. There is a seed of authentic divinity in the shadow. 100%. So this is someone who can embody all aspects of themselves, but they have grace for the shadow. They understand the shadow, and they're not going to judge or be critical of their own or yours, but they're still going to keep themselves accountable. So that is going to benefit you, I feel like, because it's going to help you be easier on yourself long term. I think that it's going to help you understand that no one on planet Earth is perfect. No one ever will be, because we have a spark of the divine within us and we're connected infinitely to all things, but we are not God. We are not 100% divine in this incarnation. We still have the human aspect of us, which is not meant to be perfect, right? It was never meant to be perfect. We're evolutionary creatures, and how do you evolve? You fuck up, and then you learn, and you do better, and you evolve and grow and expand and all of these things. So this is someone with the ability to do that, and who understands that just because you fall, just because you stumble, you can, this is kind of cliche, but you can make it part of the dance of life. You can find the seed or the pearl within any experience, and you can refine it and bring it into the light. But really, I'm seeing it just as bringing it into, integrating it into the whole in a valuable kind of way. So that's really beautiful. And then this is somewhat connected, because with the mask, it talks kind of about like the ego or the personality self, the superficial, the way that we might present ourselves. And then there is everything that's underneath that, which is much more complex, much more deep, much more multifaceted, right? And much more wild. So there's also, it came out with the animal. And to me, for you specifically, this would be the part of you that you present that is like, has everything all put together, and everything is refined, and everything is tidy, neat, shiny, and has its place and has its purpose, and it's kind of how you like being seen, right? But it's also how you like seeing yourself. But there is this other part of you that is just as valuable, that deserves and desires expression and will seek expression whether you naturally give it to it or not. And I was channeling the song Animals by Nickelback when I pulled this card, which is very sexual. It's a very sexual song. But he says, no matter where we go, everybody knows we're just a couple animals. We're never gonna quit. Nothing wrong with it. Just acting like we're animals. So I feel like this speaks to that we are mammals. We are animals at the end of the day. So again, there is that refined divine side that can be all put together, but ultimately underneath the mask, there will always be the parts of us that elude even us, that are in our unconscious, constantly coming up to the surface. And there is this animalistic element. And it's beautiful. It's passionate, it's expressive, it's wild, it's untamed, and it needs to be a part of things just as much as well. What is the time? 16. Okay, how long have I been talking? Okay. I'm just like, I can't see right now because the screen's dark and I'm not wearing my glasses. The sun is kind of going down again now, though, so I could probably, I can probably take these off again. It's just that one brief moment of being blinded. Blinded by the light. I return to you with my full eyesight. Okay. So let's carry along here. But that's what I'm seeing for that. It's essentially the main thread that's tying this together is someone who is not afraid to fight for both themselves and you, and someone who will see you and defend you. Not that you need defending or fighting for, but they will. By fight for you, I don't mean like take over your life, steal from your autonomy, do things for you and like baby you. I mean like recognize when you're not fighting for yourself and bring that to your attention, or recognize when you are even harming yourself or when you're being too hard on yourself and bring that to your attention lovingly. It might be tough love, but it is still, they're bringing it to you not to critique you, but to actually just be honest with you, right? And then the other elements here, like we spoke about, is kind of like being able to see beyond, not the facade, but not the facade, but the shiny, polished surface, right? Someone that can see the animalistic side of you, the part that is not perfectly shined up and put together and has all of the solutions and the understanding, and the part of you that is a little bit messy. It's like there's the virgin lady in the streets, and then there's like the freak in the sheets, or the freak behind the mask, right? And don't even lie to me, Virgos are freaks. So, and I love it. I'm not gonna lie, I extremely love it. But you want someone who can see and respect all of that, so that you don't feel like you need to be, you already feel like you need to be perfect enough for yourself. You don't need to be in a relationship with someone who's expecting perfection of you, because you're going to feel crushed by the expectation and the weight of that, okay? So that's what's coming out as the main archetypes and vibes that they would want for someone, for you. So some required traits or important traits that would work really well with you. So this card, Deliverance, came out. It says release, relief, a fresh approach, liberation from obstruction, finding a solution, and exhilaration. And then there's also this friendship card, Moon in Cancer. Okay, let's clarify this a little bit. I feel like this is also, with this deliverance card, it's someone who's accepting of you, even when, again, you're not super accepting of yourself. Someone who it feels like a relief. Like, let's say you go to work, you're expecting to get a promotion, you think that you have it in the bag, and then Nancy from accounting gets it instead, and you come home and you're like, fuck Nancy, you know? Who does Nancy think she is? What does Nancy have that I don't have? And it's, you want someone who you can have that relief to just be able to release, who you can deliver that to, who will hold that. But then they also might brainstorm with you to help you find another way around something, or take a fresh approach, or, you know, listen to you while you talk out what your next move might be or what a solution could be. There's something exhilarating to you, I feel, about being able to be with someone who, again, you can kind of just like spill your whole guts to, and you don't feel that you need to be perfect all the time. You can let out the messier, more raw, unpolished parts of yourself. I think that there's something that when someone sees you and recognizes you in that space and does not feel that it takes anything away from you, but actually sees you as being valuable, the more authentic that you show up, I think that that's really strong, very powerful for you. Yeah. 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 Because Spirit's like, you can get stuck. You can get really stuck sometimes. But the thing is, I feel like it's, you don't need to be, because underneath you're this badass who's very capable and in control of things. Like, you have it under, you've got it down, right? You can handle it. You can handle it. But it's like, these came out in reverse. The 5 and the 4 of Cups came out both in reverse with the Fool and the Upright. So it's like someone who, again, can deliver the type of energy that's not going to just sit and be like Eeyore with you while you rip yourself to shreds. Someone who's going to be like, no, let's take a leap out into a new direction, or let's go do something spontaneous to take your mind off of this, so that you can idea generate in a healthy way and not ruminate in a way that is going to hurt you and not help the situation at all. And then you're going to come out of that state of rumination and be like, I can't believe I just wasted all that time beating myself up. Now I have to not only find a solution, but I have to drag myself out of the depths of the hell that I put myself in. Because let's be honest, with Virgo, it's very much like, what is that? What that Alanis Morissette lyrics where she says, to whom do I owe the greatest apology? No one's been meaner to me or crueler to me than me. That's a Virgo thing right there. So there's that. It's someone who's gonna say, no, put your pants on, change your underwear you've been wearing for 4 days, brush your teeth, bitch, get in, we're going anywhere but here. Get in, we're going anywhere but here. And when you're in those places where you're not meant to be stuck and you're not meant to stay, you want someone who, again, is going to lovingly hold space for you while you are there, but then also understand when you reach a phase where it's just not serving you to sit in that space anymore, and they're going to kind of instigate or go with you as you leap out into something new. So you're going to want someone who's somewhat flexible, not easily thrown off their game, because sometimes this does happen to you, right? You're mutable earth, you change direction, and that's good. It makes life exciting. Variety is the spice of life. So I think that's a positive thing. This Uranian energy of the Fool is someone who can roll with the punches. Okay. And then the Friendship card. Someone who actually puts work and effort into building the relationship with you, like truthfully.
They're not just saying, I want to build this with you, and then like disconnected from their actual heart space, or like not really going to do the work when push actually comes to shove, right? Essentially, you don't want a lazy lover. They're the worst. So you want someone who does what they say, says what they're going to do, and essentially has pure intent. And that comes from, like, a lot of the time when you're dating someone who's also your best friend or partner in crime, right? Because you have that basis of genuinely caring for each other, not just like enjoying the sex or not just having crazy chemistry or attraction, but something that actually goes deeper. I feel like that is more sustainable. That kind of support and effort is a lot more sustainable, because even when times are hard, you come back to it and it's like, I feel like even when there are issues within a relationship between two people, sometimes it's necessary to come at it from, okay, let's not look at it as like we're partners right now. Let's look at it as we're best friends right now, and approach the situation how I would approach it with my best friend. Because I think that sometimes there can be a lot more of an emotional charge, or a lot more of an vulnerable feeling when we're emotionally connected to someone in an intimate way. And sometimes it helps to just take a step back and remember, like, we're friends who love each other as people first and foremost. And then everything else is just a cherry on top of that. The relationship that we've built intimately is a cherry on top of the foundation that we built on friendship. So I think that would be really beneficial for you to have someone who seeks to understand things from your side, who genuinely wants to know what your emotional experience is in the connection. But this is what came out here. The 6 of Pentacles in reverse and the 8 of Pentacles. Hell of a lot of pentacles. But essentially there's a 2 of Pentacles that's here between these two. And this is kind of saying that you want to be with someone who actually puts the work in, so that you're not picking up the slack. Because if there's an imbalance, it's going to throw you off your game. You're not going to be able to be in that refined like flow if you feel like you have to stop every other second and like take care of somebody else's shit that they couldn't cover. And essentially you need someone that you can actually rely on. Someone reliable, and someone who's putting in the effort because they genuinely care, not out of a sense of obligation, which is much more frail, much less strong. Okay, let's look at some traits that will not be, or would not be, as supportive. Let's see. Okay. I need to know what this word means for sure, so let me just Google this. I want to know the exact definition. Okay. So this is someone who's just not grounded in reality. So it's the monk or the nun, and it says negative judgment of the physical world or excess piety. Which is reverence, or like a religious energy. Not spiritual, but religious. So like it's coming through as like dogmatic. So it would be literally like a monk or like nun, something where their entire life, like they're not really connected to the practical part of life, the adventurous part of life. They judge the physical realm, so they might judge even people who have physical wealth, right? And they might be like, oh, you're less spiritual or less godly because you can't take those things to heaven. And it's like, no, but we're not in heaven right now. We're on earth, and we're here to enjoy our lives as well and be abundant, right? So whether you want to have a lot of things, physical things, or whether you don't, there's nothing wrong with either. But people who judge, right, or who don't, who are not grounded in the physical world,
that's something that they're saying wouldn't be great for you. The next card that came out is the Networker. It says conveys information only for personal gain and spreads fear and falsehood. Okay. Because you do take in so much information, and because words and information and expression are meaningful to you, being Mercury ruled, they have quite an effect on you, and I feel like you hold on to information. So I think that you would have a hard time if you were dating someone who was, or if you were with someone who's a liar, or who was even very focused on like someone who's always focused on the negative things and doesn't know how to balance that out. I'm not saying someone who has their head in the sand and doesn't know like anything that's going on in the world, but you're probably going to be depressed as fuck if you're someone who wakes up and the first thing you do is you turn on the news every day and you just soak up like all of the bullshit, right? That's not sustainable. I'm sorry, but it's just not. You can know the facts of what is going on without being consumed by it. Because ultimately tuning into that frequency too consistently, it is spreading that fear and falsehood. It's parasitic and just not positive. So you need a healthy balance. And someone who shares information to enhance unity and create awareness and empathy and positive change, but not someone who's just taking stuff in and then fear mongering, for instance, or spreading information with ulterior motives. And then the last card is the Trickster, which says manipulating others through duplicity. I feel like this would just confuse the absolute hell out of you if you dated someone or were with someone like this. Someone who kept flipping back and forth from one thing to another for the purpose of manipulating. It would be someone who shows up as who they think that you want them to be in a given situation, but not really their actual self. And I do feel like you want someone that's not necessarily super conventional or like stuffy or boxed in and predictable, because I think that, again, you're enough of that mutable energy that you do like to know that if you take new information in or you get inspired by something new, you can shift and change and evolve and you're not stuck in one spot. But at the same time, you don't want someone who's, again, using either information or the way that they embody and express themselves to manipulate, mislead, or just bring more heaviness and negativity into your life. So that's what I see for you, Virgo. I'm sorry that your reading had so many interruptions and just crazy shit happening, but I love you so very much. And it's gonna be your season before you know it, so get on board for that. All right, we're gonna move on to Libra. I'm outside, yeah. What did the chat say? What's up, Lindsay? We're moving on to Libra now here. There's been a lot of chat. Aqua Mercury's in the house, yeah. Ayo. Set up the scene and emotion for the story. Yes, yes. A prequel and a sequel. Dark and thunderstormy. Ooh, it's very nice here now that I'm rid of the mosquitoes. Oh, I love that. What Cassandra said. I don't even know if she's still here, but how she said she needs to give and receive like context and the scene and the emotion in her personal story, because she's visual and she wants to be in the story with the emotion and perspective. Yeah, that's being present and actually being a part of your experience and your life. We should all have that. Hi, Shauna. Hi, baby. Yair was here earlier, but he went to bed. All right. Let's see what's going on for my Librans. Librans. Where's a good place to put this? I won't get lost. I like it too. It's really nice out today. Okay, let's tune into Libra's higher self. What kind of person would you choose for Libra and why? Can you guys still see me? I can't really tell how dark it is for you. It looks like it's still okay. I'm slowly succumbing to shadow, but I can probably turn to face the light a little bit more. Oh, I need to stretch my legs as well. Although I do have this little light set up inside my window. I could also bring that out here. Maybe I'll do that. That's more sustainable since the sun is going down. Oh, 1 second. Oh, shit, I cried in my life. I love how I just have, like, my ring light outside, but plugged in through my bedroom window. Ah, that's funny. Okay. Boop. This is hilarious. My neighbors are going to be like, what the literal fuck is she doing? What is she doing? Wouldn't you like to know? But I'm a woman of mystery. Okay. There. We will have light now, even when the light leaves. And you don't have to see the ring light in my, well, not as much, because my hat. Okay, let's see. Let's get these cards down for Libra. What type of person would you choose for Libra? And why? Ooh. Sexy. Okay. What? Spider, why are you... How did you... These little spiders, like, crawling around, like, how do I get down from here? I'm like, why are you on here to begin with? Just saying hey, just saying what's up. Let's see. Important traits. Okay, they're backwards. Backward. This one. Mosquito. I see you. This one. Okay. Let's see. So what's going on? Okay, hi Libra. So let's take a look and see what. I might still need to go inside because there's going to be even a greater amount of mosquitoes as soon as the sun goes down. They're already multiplying around me. We'll see how it is at the end of Libra's reading. I may need to have a short hiatus and relocate, but let's take a look because I've got your cards down. So what kind of person does your higher self choose, or would they choose for you, and why, based on what works for you to create support, harmony, and success in a relationship? So the first cards for just the overall archetype or vibe of the person came out as the Sustainer and the Sword, which is super intriguing to me. This to me is someone who knows their truth and sticks by it. They are not easily thrown off or swayed, and it's because they've seen both sides. They know that the double edge of the sword, right? And they've taken everything into consideration. So they've already done the whole weighing out thing, and they're not going to be deterred from their truth. I think that is important for obvious reasons. Yeah, wow. The Two of Wands in reverse and the Two of Swords. Because this can sometimes be you, and it's helpful when you're paired with someone who knows when to stop, like going back from one side to the other and looking at everything from a diplomatic perspective and taking, sometimes you don't need to take everyone else into consideration. I know that's like, ooh, dirty, don't say that to a Libra, but it's true. An empowered Libra will know, like, how to do no harm but take no shit, but also not take every human being on the planet into consideration when making every choice, right? Because that will slow you down. So this is someone who's going to help you choose a path when you get into that space where you're too back and forth in your own mind and you get a little bit stuck, because they are so confident and sustained in their own vision and truth that I'm almost seeing it as like their confidence kind of like wears off on you. So that's really positive. And then the other cards that came out are Eros and the Vision, like this, which I love. So this is interesting. This is someone who I feel like they have a clear vision of what turns them on, and that is not going to, there's something about this person that's very solid, stable, and consistent is kind of what's coming through. So it's essentially like, can I say this? They can change their mind, but innately when they have a vision, when they have a truth, they also have the strength to sustain that and to hold fast to it, I would say, in the face of obstacles or even opposition. So they're not someone who folds easily. Clarify this a little bit more. I also want to say this would be someone who would be turned on by like the joint vision and the goals that the two of you have together. So it's almost that cardinal energy coming through where you're pursuing things that light you up together, whether that is something like creative or learning something new, or even doing new social things together, right? It would help, I feel like, if you shared a somewhat similar, I don't know if worldview is the best way of putting it, but maybe at the very least, like morals and values. So you're making choices from relatively the same place, and that doesn't mean that you need to have had the same experiences and that you need to even get to the same point the same way. Like, my best friend and I always say we always get to the same like end result, but the way that we get there is so different. Like, I'm an Aquarius Mercury, he's a Pisces Mercury. And so we get there, we come to the same agreement, but we get there in very different ways. And there's something about that where there's a shared vision, but this person brings their own passion, their own spark, their own life to the vision. And there's something about that that helps balance out the overall vision as well. Anything else about that? No. It's just highlighting that they need to know their own truth. Someone who's flippy floppy or flaky is not going to be good for you. Okay. So, traits that they would highly recommend someone having that would work well with you. Let's see. So, the cards that came out are the Servant and the Eternal Child. Delight in serving others with a free and loving heart, and the determination to remain young in body, mind, and spirit, ability to see things with fresh eyes. So, someone who doesn't make excuses, but who has that cardinal energy, who does move forwards in their own life, who can like push themselves forwards, motivate themselves, and again, know where the motivation for that vision is coming from and then stick to it. That's important. Some cards on why these things are so important as well. Because then they'll let you in and they won't be afraid that what they are or what they hold is too much or not enough. You need someone who knows what they have to give, and they have a lot of heart and a lot of emotion that is open. So not someone who is, it's not that they haven't been through a lot of pain, but it's what they've done with the pain that makes the difference. Because some people take pain and they let it harden them, and then they don't let other people in because of that, because they're afraid of what they could find or the pain that they could cause if they've already gone through something, if they've already been rejected and they remember, like they're holding on to the memory of that. Or someone who is still in pain and then rejects and hurts you because they're unable from that calloused or just wounded place to give in a free, like an unconditionally loving way. So someone who is going to love you in a transactional kind of way or from a space of lack or woundedness is probably not going to be good for you. You also have this Eternal Child. I feel like that is this card, just having that je ne sais quoi, having that something. They're kind of highlighting that this is an element that you have that maybe is not seen by or appreciated by as many people. You have this balance, I feel like, where you have the childlike sense of it's like you can, again, it's cardinal air, so you can approach things from a different perspective than you've ever taken before, and you can see things with fresh eyes when you want to, and you can see the value in that. That's what allows you to see things from both sides in a diplomatic way, right? And then choose the most just, balanced thing is your ability to see things with fresh eyes and to not get too personally attached to one side or the other all the time. But you also have the ability to be responsible and to depend on yourself and make choices and be a grown-up and all of that stuff too without making excuses. So someone who also has that same balance and is not throwing you off of that balance but can appreciate it in you as well. So not someone who's overly serious or shut down or rigid, but someone who sees your beauty, your success, your desire, your lightness, but also your depth. Librans can be quite deep and complex. And I think it's interesting that you're often pegged as the highly like aesthetic and people-pleasy ones, but it's like people only kind of tend to brush the surface with you. I've noticed like they notice the superficial elements. Maybe that's because you're beautiful and you do get along well with most people, and you tend to be highly driven and successful, right? But I feel like there is a lot under the surface that gets missed with Librans, and it is the aesthetic part, but the part of like, where does that vision come from? It comes from you being able to see things with a fresh set of eyes, having this big heart yourself, because you are Venusian ruled after all, right? So it's like this interesting mix of feminine and masculine energies with the air and Venus. Kind of like Virgo being mercurial ruled. So those are going to be things that are positive traits that someone has. The things that they're pointing out that would not be as great for you. You got this youthful folly card as well as the marrying maiden. So these are both little questionable energies here. So youthful folly, it says impulsiveness, immaturity, bluffing, ignorance, learning, impatience, and reckless behavior. And then the marrying maiden, a compromising situation, subordination, succumbing to seduction, manipulation, and low self-esteem. All right. Well, the youthful folly, I feel like, is just the chaotic element of that. Because again, it's not, they just said that it would be positive for you to have someone who has the ability, who hasn't lost their ability to see things with a childlike sense of wonder and connect to that like innocent, playful, sort of creative, imaginative part of themselves. But again, not someone who is in that because they never grew up, not someone who's in that because they're reckless and they make excuses and don't take accountability. There needs to be balance. There's a difference between someone who chooses to be in like an innocent and youthful kind of energy versus someone who is ignorant and immature and literally has not created stability or wisdom in their life through their experiences, right? Or someone who is impatient and just kind of constantly chasing the sun, but maybe flipping back and forth again, like their vision is not solid and consistent. Their pursuit of that vision is reckless and impatient. So they're not honoring or again being really responsible for what it is that they are pursuing. This would be someone more so that just indulges in their desires irresponsibly. Okay, tell me about this marrying maiden card. But this is coming through as someone who would seek to, from a place of personal insecurity, subordination, like put you down or keep you chained up, pinned down, essentially like put your light underneath, like dim your light, basically. But it would be because of their own insecurity or low self-esteem. And specifically someone who would manipulate you or put you in your head. So I'm seeing like guilt tripping, gaslighting your experience, those sorts of things, because you genuinely do care
about other people. I feel like, especially when you already love and trust someone, you can be incredibly susceptible to those types of manipulations and tools because you trust them and you trust that they would also do the diplomatic or the right thing if they loved you. And so sometimes that Venusian element, like the head, can take a backseat to the heart, I think. And there can be a little bit of an idealistic energy there that can be to your detriment if you're with someone who's going to, you know, manipulate you or put you in compromising situations where you're constantly having to clean up their messes. That's also coming through with this too. It's like this would be someone who feels more like a reckless child that you're with. And it's like, well, I know that I can do it because Libra will harmonize the situation. Libra will take care of that mess. Libra will clean up whatever destruction I create, right? So they're saying that those are not positive things. Is there anything else there? They're highlighting, though, like a lack of personal abundance or perspective, a lack of abundant perspective. So it would be like scarcity mindset, not feeling abundant and expansive. And so, or not knowing your own worth or what you can be, your own potential. So then you just kind of are staying small, staying immature, clinging to the things that you have rather than pursuing like growing and evolving and bettering yourself and raising your self-esteem through integrated experience, intelligently integrated experience, and through the consideration of others. So this would be someone who is selfish, immature, reckless, and essentially, you know, entitled and just doesn't know how to meet you in that diplomatic, caring energy that is also balanced very much with intelligence. There's also a certain level of like rigidity, and it's interesting because it's like rigidity, but also it's kind of coming through as being very tied to this immature sort of expression of and living of life in such a way that all there is really chaos and there is no room to cultivate beauty or like an intentional aesthetic in your life, which is very much what you appreciate, right? So this would be someone whose life is kind of just in a state of chaos constantly and just thrown together, and a little bit of a messy presentation, you know, which is totally fine for certain people. Certain people thrive like that, right? But I feel like you're not really one of them. Yeah, it would feel heavy for you. That would feel heavy for you is what they're kind of saying, to be with someone like that. Okay. So that's what I see for you, Libra. Should I move into my room? I don't know. Let me just grab a sweater. I don't know if I need to, but also it's 9 and we're only at Scorpio, so maybe I probably should because there's going to be a billion mosquitoes. Didn't think this through when I did it outside. Will you guys be patient enough if I do that? I think I just have to like move my things towards the window, and then I literally just put all my stuff, like my window doesn't have a screen, so I just put everything out the window and came outside. Let me see. Might just need to move ya in though. That might need to happen. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna set you here for a second. If that's okay with you. We just be hanging out, just a whole vibe, you guys. Some people will hate this, and those people are gonna unfollow me, and I'm gonna be not overly sad to see them go because this is how I exist.
you either fuck with it or you don't, you know? There comes a time when you just gotta stop caring about pleasing everyone. And that time for me has definitely come in my life. I love you though, and I am glad that you're here. But you just gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Okay. Why are there so many things that I brought out that I didn't realize? Okay, I think I got it. I do kind of have to go to the washroom quickly anyways, so I'm just gonna go move things inside. You guys can look at the beautiful sky though for a moment while I do that before I pull you through the window. Oh gosh. Give you a moment. Insane. You should know me by now. You should know me by now. Okay. I'm gonna show you my knees. I'll go back here for a second. This blanket folds into this blanket folds into a bag because it's cool like that. See? Adorable. Okay, now I'm on my way. I will pull you through the window. Oh, let's keep those legs together there. Pull you through the window in a moment. Oh, mosquitoes, the mosquitoes. Be right back. I'll see you on the other side. Hey, what up? Hello. Alright. I would never leave you outside. Thought I abandoned you, didn't you? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. It's a Sade moment, guys. Let's see. Okay. Hopefully you love my personal chaos. I am who I am. All right. Let me just turn the ring light on and we were good to go. That was less painful than I thought it was going to be. For me, anyways. There we go. Why was that so difficult? Okay. Ouch, I just squished my boob. It hurt. Okay. Let me just plug my laptop in so that we don't worry about, running out of power. Whoa. Sweet. We're back. Thanks for being patient. If you were. If you weren't, well, thanks for nothing, bitches. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a little spicy. My only Leo placement is actually Lilith. So it's been good times, or it always is when there's a prominent Leo thing going on. And my Lilith is like, it's my time to shine. I'm like, you're loud. She's in Leo, so she's loud and dramatic. So when she wants to shine, it's good times. All right, let's see. I need these cards. Okay. So, let's look at Scorpio. What kind of person would be best for Scorpio to be with? Need that. What kind of person for Scorpio? Should have known better than to do a live on the Leo, the heavily aspected, crazy energy Leo new moon right after Mercury retrograde starts. But I live on the edge of danger. Let's see. So, I'm gonna find a place for all of these cards while I'm gonna move this. Okay. There we go. Scorpio. Okay. What? Me pulling the entire setup through my bedroom window? I used to sneak out of that window one phase in my life. And that's why there's no screen in it to this day. Hilarious times. My mom wasn't so amused by it, though, back in the day, unfortunately. She was just telling a story the other day about how she, in the dead of night, there's this one guy who just would not leave me alone, and he would always show up at my window, like, late at night. And he was, like, older, worked on the rigs, and it was just, my mom was like, no, I don't fucking think so. This is not happening. His name was Phil. His name was Phil. Phil Tuckwell. Ah, good old Phil. And one night he came and he was on a skateboard, and my mom, like, found him, and she had like crazy hair from getting out of bed, and she chased him down the street in the middle of the night with a broom and then threw it at him, and he fell off his skateboard. And it is a true story and a hilarious story. To be fair, he probably did have that coming. But anyways, good times with no screen in my window. All right. That out of the way. Okay. So, Scorpio. Wait. Where's my coffee? Did that not make it in somehow? And how would it not? Hold on one second. Ow. Still. Oh, it's here. Okay. Confusing. All right, that was going to be problematic. Oh, the thank you after I came back. I don't even remember what I said, but you know. Chaotic interlude complete. So, let's take a look. This feels very much like the first 2 years that I had my channel, and it's so good to be getting back to that place again, honestly. So, what is the overall archetype or vibe of the type of person that Scorpio's higher self would choose for them? What's the type of person Scorpio's higher self would choose for them? All right. Of course. What? Scorpio. What the hell? Literally, someone not of this earth. They don't exist. Just give up now. No, I'm just kidding. But the Starborn, the Mystic, and the Shaman, this is an otherworldly ass bitch, okay? Whoever this is that Spirit wants you to be with, or that your higher self is recommending to you, this is like the most spiritual being of all beings. But it's also grounded with the shaman energy. That's really interesting. Yeah, look at that. Anima Mundi is underneath that. And this is a card of like pulling it all together. It's literally the last card in the deck, and it talks about how everything is everything. Everything is interconnected. We all came from the same source. We all return to the same source. We all remain in the same source as it is. Whether you want to see that or not is somewhat irrelevant at the end of the day, because the truth is the truth, right? And it's like, we are all intricately interconnected. Even people who say they believe in nothing still believe in that. So there's kind of no real way around it. I feel like this person, the type of person that your higher self, well, let me timestamp before I get into this. Hi, Scorpio. How are you going? How are you going? How you going? Who do I think I am? Australian? So, what's up? Let's take a look at the type of person your higher self would choose for you and why. Your astral lover. Yeah, no kidding. So these are the cards that came out, and I was just laughing before I timestamped because they are all incredibly like. So the first one that came out is the Starborn, then the Mystic, and then the Shaman. Just so you know, not all of the cards in this huge deck are spiritual, like are all spiritually based. Some of them are not about like being a healer or, you know, being a mystic and a spiritual person. They're all about sort of elements, psychologically speaking, of our being, I would say. It's the archetype deck, right? So it's interesting to me that this came out for you, and I want to clarify as to why exactly, because there could be many reasons why this is kind of the archetype and vibe. But I think the first and the most obvious one, the Ten of Cups, is because you are a very deep and complex archetype yourself, right? And you need someone, I think, that has a grasp on energy, emotion, spiritual things, psychology, things that impact us in a very deep way that are not visible from the surface, right? Things that, like other realms, right? Outside of just the 3D tangible realm, we are affected and impacted and influenced by spiritual runoff, for instance, by our higher selves, by energy, which is not seen by the naked eye. Same thing with psychology. Mental health is still like relatively new in a lot of areas, psychology and things like that. They know a relatively small amount about it in comparison to other sciences and things like that. Even when you look at like physical health, right? When you have, I hate the term mental illness because I just think it's stupid. It's not really, when you're like neurodivergent in some sort of way, right? Versus when you break a bone. Things are approached from a very, very different perspective based on those two things. And the majority of you is in the depths under your surface or under the surface. So I think that that's why that's something that is important, because you need someone who has an awareness, an understanding, and a comfort with deeper, more complex things. It's also coming through, though, as someone who can reach for the stars, someone who is grounded, because the shaman energy is about taking spiritual matters and kind of like literally gritting the earth, bringing the energy and creating it, making it more tangible, or working through like alchemy. A lot of shamanistic stuff to me does feel very scorpionic, to be honest. But then also there's this starborn mystic side that is a lot more Piscean in nature, feels like, or the starborn part. So it's sort of like the stars and Gaia, like grounded into this mystical type of person. So really, you could see it as well as a mystic that is walking kind of like the middle path, right? Someone who honors both the shadow and the light. I don't even really like the term shadow anymore for anything other than what is actually in our unconscious, because I think it just gives the wrong idea. I think it puts a negative spin. I think it might be more helpful for us to just say like the light and dark feminine, or the light and dark aspects, because really they're just contrasts. But I don't know why darkness and shadow get such a bad rep. I think it's only by people that are scared of it and don't have an understanding of it. We tend to fear what we don't understand, right? But that's the kind of person that you would not be good ending up with. Someone who can't handle the occasional heaviness, the occasional intensity of emotion, of experience, of energy. Anything else about that? I think, yeah, they're saying that I covered it. Okay. They're saying that with someone who is only focused on more practical or physical matters, and there needs to be a balance, right? For sure. You don't want someone who's only thinking about the spiritual realms. There has to be a balance between all of our bodies, or else there's a lack of moderation, and that's not positive either. But you would feel that something was lacking if someone did not have any energy or wisdom, or at least curiosity, I feel like, in things that are beyond. Because so much of you is pulled to those things, to psychology, to understanding how people, like what makes people tick, how things work. You're highly intelligent in those realms, to esoteric things, to the mysterious, even like darker, more macabre type energies. So that's why they're saying that you would get bored with someone who is just skimming the surface, because it would be like someone who's an Olympic level swimmer just playing in the kiddie pool for the rest of their life. It's like, this is not going to do it for me, you know? It's just not. You need someone who can talk about things that actually matter. Not that practical things don't matter, obviously, but talk about like the things that bring deep meaning and substance to our lives, not just like the everyday monotony of being a human, right? The heart and soul, the meat on the bones. Okay. So, what are some traits that would be important, that would work very well with Scorpio in relation to create harmony and success? So scorpionic. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You need someone who can tread through the breaking points with you, knowing that a breaking point is not the end. Just like death is not the end destination. Right? Our soul may leave our body, but it's going somewhere else. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. So it's also, they're highlighting that when there is an energetic breaking point within life, where you reach a point of overload, of exhaustion, of stress, of burden and excess, right? That is not the end. That is just a point where something breaks, and it's like a tower moment then, or it's like reaching the 10 of any suit, then you go back to the ace. It's just kind of like a portal to move through into another chapter, where the energy is being alchemized, or it's changing into something else, or the trajectory might be shifting, or something is essentially changing form, but it's not completely ending. And so the first card that came out is this excess card. And it's someone who can carry the weight and understand that when you get to those breaking points, because Scorpio does, our whole process is the death and rebirth process. And the final step in the death process before being rebirthed is coming to this point of excessive, weight. It's kind of like when you're building muscle, though. It's all part of the developmental process, because you're going to what? You're going to overload the muscle so that you exhaust it, so that you rip it or break it down, and then it comes back together stronger. So it's part of the developmental process. You need someone who can fuck with you through those moments as well. And understanding that it's part of gradual progress, continuity, adaptability, and it is your time honored approach. So if they kind of take it slowly but surely, it's not going to actually crack them or crack the relationship. It will actually make you stronger, because you'll be able to witness that someone can stand with you and be loyal even through the most difficult times. They can see maybe the ugliest parts of you, the ugliest, the most strained, stressed, exhausted kind of version of you, right as something is breaking away or dying. Perhaps you, when you feel like you are in that in-between space where you don't know who you are because you're shifting and you're developing into something new, you need someone who doesn't forget who you are, the unchanging part that stays with you through this whole developmental process, and can still remind you of that as well when you start to feel heavy or unstable. So that's one thing that they're highlighting would be really good for you. The other thing that came out is this holding together card with treading. So this is just like being kind of a decent human being, and that doesn't mean always doing what, that doesn't mean always following the rules. I need to clarify. Doesn't mean always following the rules, always playing it safe, always doing like going with the crowd, or doing like peer pressure, doing what everyone else would do. It doesn't mean always taking that approach, but it does mean understanding what the correct behavior, or the just or responsible behavior or action is within a specific situation, how to be sensitive to somebody else, how to consider someone else, because you are a very sensitive being. So you need someone who is self-aware and can tread with conduct, right? Can act correctly, essentially. They know when to proceed with caution, when to be sensitive. They know how to act and when. This is something that is very important to hold the whole connection together, because it is a form of cooperating with you. Again, as you move through this constant developmental process, which is cyclical and evolutionary, someone needs to be on your team and understand that by choosing you, by claiming you and that relationship and being loyal to you, they are also making a choice to participate in that process with you, because that's not going to change about you, right? So it's important that someone understands that that is part of who you are, and that they're willing to be invested and, stick through it with you in those ways, even when things feel heavy, because that will be part of the package with anyone who has strong Scorpio placements, right? Okay, let's look at some traits or qualities that they would potentially not recommend for you. Let's see. first one that came out is artist. It says using talent as an excuse to mistreat others, or posing as the starving artist to elicit pity. We also have the mediator, negotiating with an ulterior motive or a hidden agenda, either personally or professionally. Ew. Yeah, we don't like that. And also the addict, compromises integrity and honesty, allows addictive patterns to have authority over their inner spirit. Okay. So these are things that we don't want. Tell me more about this using talent as an excuse to mistreat others. It's like versus in contrast to inspiring others with something that you know a lot about, or something that you can express in a way that is artistic or symbolic or poetic, right? So it would be like, this friendship card is coming out so much. Yeah. You can either use your resourcefulness, right? So let's say you have a talent in something, or you have an excess of knowledge in a particular area, right? You could choose to use that, either that resourcefulness, either to be a pal, be a friend to other people, to share your wisdom, or you could gatekeep it, or even use it. Gatekeep it. The secrets card is underneath that. I didn't even see it. Damn. Or you could gatekeep and use it. And ironically, both of these cards are Scorpionic cards. It's Venus and Mars in Scorpio, but this would be like the ugliest expression of that. Secrets and revenge of those placements. This is what we're not aiming for. So someone who becomes isolated in their experience and, gatekeeps, and then kind of has this, like, I'm hearing some really strong vocabulary here. You need someone who can stay optimistic. Because someone who pulls you into your shadow or keeps you in your shadow, that's not a flex. I'm hearing it's something that actually disgusts you, and disgust is a very strong word, so I don't know exactly where that's coming from, but ultimately, the thing is, Scorpios can get a bad rep, right? But I think it's because people remember when they get stung by a Scorpio. And Scorpios only sting when they are in that energy of like, I'm under the weight of my own transformation and nobody understands what I'm going through, right? It's when they're under the weight of that excess and they're around people that are still pushing them. So think of being this guy, right? You're that guy. And someone comes along and asks for a favor. Right? You're probably going to sting their ass because you're like, are you fucking serious? Like you had that coming, right? But Scorpios overall are incredibly generous and loving and tender people. Very tender-hearted fucking people. Why do you think they have the exoskeleton and the stinger? They need protection. They're super sensitive. But only people who they allow to get close enough to see that part of them can truly witness the beauty and the glory of that, of a Scorpio blossoming in their intimacy, which is where their true power actually is, in vulnerability, their ability to not be isolated in their experience, to not have to wear their armor, to not have to always carry a weapon or a shield, right? So this is more toxic vibe, Scorpio. who's going to hold on to resentment, who's going to shut down, who's going to isolate, keep things a secret, shut people out who could actually benefit them or like just want to support them or love them, right? There's a lot of freedom because really what they're doing is making themselves small by taking this approach and limiting themselves and then expressing the ugliest parts or the shadowy parts of their personality, which is then what sticks with other people. People will never forget, being told off by a Scorpio because the precision is the sting. Because Scorpios, we're kind of like human x-ray machines, and we see where the point is that's going to hurt you the most if we sting you there, and we know exactly what makes you tick and how to say the thing in a way that's probably going to stick with you, and 10 years down the line it's going to resurface and essentially destroy your life. And if they want to fuck shit up, they know how to do it. So that's why I think people don't forget the more negative, harsh side of Scorpios, because it's pretty intense. But they're essentially saying that you definitely don't want to be with someone like that, someone who mistreats others, someone who is disrespectful, someone who is manipulative, holds on to negativity, because it's too heavy and you end up transmuting that for them, right? Because you kind of are a natural alchemist and you do soak up a lot of energy around you the same way that Pisces and Cancer do, especially when you're in an intimate relationship with someone, especially when you're sleeping with someone. Like, huge, huge thing. You rule the genitals and the reproductive system. One of your greatest forms of alchemization, whether it be through transforming energy, like taking something negative and transforming it, or whether it is like a form of manifestation, is sex. Sex is not just sex for a Scorpio, not a healthy Scorpio anyways. They're not capable of just having casual sex or just saying I love you to like whoever and just sticking their thing in them. That's not a healthy Scorpio energy. That's a Scorpio that is like a little sick, and the thing is they're making themselves sick because they're too sensitive to do those things. So a Scorpio that's truly caring for themselves won't be involved in things like that just because they know the effect that it has on them. Not because it's right or wrong, not because they're judging other people's actions, but because for them personally, it's not something that they can do from a healthy place. And that's not to say that, like, oftentimes I think Scorpios will have a period where they have to learn that the hard way, where they might try to engage with other people in that sense, and then they realize that they just can't. It has too much of an impact on them. So with the mediator, negotiating with an ulterior motive or hidden agenda. Basically, I'm seeing this as someone who pulls the worst parts of you out of you. Like someone who has ulterior motives and who is essentially a manipulative liar and not fair. They're going to make you be what? Well, you're probably going to be suspicious of them. And from that space of suspicion, you're probably going to keep more things to yourself. So they're going to put you more in that part of yourself. Just naturally, that's mostly going to be your response. Same thing with if someone doesn't have integrity and they're not honest, or they are not able to confront their own addictive behaviors and heal and transform, then they might end up hurting you, and you might end up hurting them back. So they're kind of going to bring you into, rather than amplifying and recognizing the beauty in the entire scope of who you are and kind of celebrating the whole picture of that, they're going to just bring out essentially the worst in you, so that's pretty self-explanatory why that's something that you don't want. Okay, because it's not going to help you build or move forwards. It's going to put you in a space where you feel guilty, ashamed, dark, misunderstood, not in dominion over yourself, not in control over yourself, wounded, hurt, full of poison, and ready to sting anyone. So we want to avoid that. Okay, we're going to move on to Sag, but I love you so much, Scorpio. Okay. definitely mean someone who acts in integrity. And I mean, that doesn't mean someone who never makes mistakes, because again, no one is perfect, but someone who genuinely tries to do the right thing and doesn't just act like a jerk. Who wants to date a jerk? Let's see. Sagittarius. Okay. Let's do this thing. Do I need this bright even? I have this song stuck in my head. I wonder if that's relevant to anything. So we'll see if it comes up. Okay, Sagittarian's higher self. Let's tune into that. Can you tell me about the type of person that you would choose for Sagittarius and why? The optimal partner or archetype and traits that would benefit, support, complement, empower, or just work well with Sagittarius. Tell me about the overall archetype or vibe. Whoa. Oh. Okay, there's 4 that came out. What? I love that. So sweet. Okay. Vibe with it. Big fan so far. Why? You want me to use a different deck, which I was feeling when I started shuffling, but you didn't have to throw the cards all over the place. You just said so. Okay. Positive qualities or traits for this person to have. Yeah. Yeah, oh, this is cute. This is a good look. I like this. All right. So we need to timestamp. Do this so that it fits a little bit better. Oh, that again. Okay. Hi, Sag. I hope you guys are doing well. So let's see. Let's see what they want to, what your higher self wants to recommend, lovingly recommend in terms of the type of person that they would choose for you and why. What traits do they think would work well for you? What traits do they think do not so much support harmony and success in relationships for you? So, first of all, the overall archetype or vibe of this person. So, 4 archetype cards came out, but they came out in pairs. So, first, the thread and the offering. Okay. I love this because I feel as though this is someone who sees the innate connection with, like, between all things. And it's someone who knows that when I love you, I'm loving myself because we're all connected, right? When I give to the other, I'm still giving to myself. When I scratch your back, I'm scratching my own back, technically. Because you are me and I am you. So I feel like you'll understand as a Sagittarius what I'm saying when I say that. Because you've got that philosophical understanding, generally speaking. But let's clarify that a little more. Ooh. Okay. I'm being so vocal. That's good. Hi, Amber. Which one are you listening to? Let's see. The Gemini on. It is good though. Actually, I didn't think about it being beneficial, like helpful in that sense, to hear from your higher self, like what they would and would not want for you. Yeah, I could definitely see how if you're struggling in a current situation or trying to let go of something, how that would actually be super beneficial, because it's kind of like a reminder of what you desire and deserve, maybe from a higher perspective. Okay, tell me about the thread in the offering. The Nine of Cups. Exactly. It's like when your cup is overflowing, you're not losing anything being generous with that, because it's just going to fill itself back up and keep overflowing. When you are abundant, it feels heavier actually to hold it all in than it does to share that love, that truth, that energy, right? energy likes to move, energy wants to flow. Even love, we're not meant to like hoard it and hold it in. We're meant to share it. We're meant to pay it forward. We're meant to be generous with the gifts that we're given. That's part of being responsible with abundance. And if you notice, the more abundant that you become, the more that you share that responsibly, right? Not like recklessly, but generally the more generous and grateful that you are when you receive more things, the more will flow in. But if you just are like hoarding it out of fear of losing it once you get it, ironically, you do usually end up losing it, or at least more does not come in. And it's because you're putting yourself in an energy of contraction where you're no longer open and receptive, right? So this is someone who is as open and abundant as you, being ruled by Jupiter. And so you're welcome, Amber. I'm really glad that it's helping you. I'm sorry you're going through a heartbreak. I feel you. But yeah, this is someone who can give generously because they know that they're never going to run out. They know that, again, it's what goes around comes back around. So that's a big element to this. But this is someone who is personally fulfilled, personally overflowing, but also recognizes that no man is an island, and that there is this thread that runs through all of us and connects all of us. And so again, when I, from this energy, choose to offer someone else, right? Extend my hand and offer some of what I have that is overflowing. That's actually strengthening the whole, which is also strengthening me as part of the whole. So I'm not losing anything, nor am I becoming weaker or less. I'm actually still becoming more. Okay. Freaking love that vibe. That is just chef's kiss. So Jupiterian and so like generous and warm. And I feel like very Sagittarian. So then the gem and the venom here. I also really love this. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this is someone as well that they're recommending who sees the gold within difficult situations. They're able to go through hardships and still extract beauty or a lesson or the gem from outside of that. Even here, right? I don't know what this gem is in the middle of, but it's all like colorless. It kind of just looks like dead ground or like, I don't know. But there's the gem shining in the midst of that. And I feel like that is similar to the energy of the venom. Like there's always still something positive that can be extracted. And generally, for the really difficult things, it's going to take a shift. It's going to take strength of spirit and mind and the choice to expand and shift your own perspective in order to retrieve that gem, right? And some people struggle with that, and that's fair. That's completely fair, because sometimes this is trauma. Sometimes this is abuse. Sometimes this is being beat down by life or the people closest to you time and time again, going through the worst circumstances possible. And it's not always easy to just reach in and be like, oh, here's the gem, you know? No, I'm not trying to say that or bypass anyone's suffering or, you know, downplay. Because I've been through a lot of that stuff myself, and I understand that it is not easy to alchemize those types of experiences, but nor is it easy to carry that venom inside of you, because all it's going to do is continue eroding and eating away at you even after the experience is done, right? So this is more someone who's not going to let life beat them down. Not only that, but they're not going to carry the heaviness and the weight of their unfortunate experiences with them. And they're not going to lash out and hurt other people from a wounded or heavy space. they're going to seek the knowledge, the higher understanding, or they're going to seek the beauty or the truth or the growth out of the situation, even when it feels heavy, even when it feels painful, even when it feels toxic. Because the thing about these energies is if you don't face them and release yourself, liberate yourself from them and transmute them into something else, then this is what you're carrying. This is the poison. This is the venom. Is these energies continuing to live inside of you, which is definitely not something that you want long term, right? Yeah, because essentially when you carry those things with you too long, what happens is you actually become at peace with living in an energy of fear or apathy. Those are the people that get jaded and hardened by life. And again, I am not saying in any way that that is not valid. I totally understand why that happens to people. Absolutely, I understand that. And I've even been there for years of my life. I've been in my personal villain era where that's where I was. I had no color or like life left in my world, it didn't feel like. And I kind of resented people that were dancing through life with this lightness that I was terrified that I had forever lost. So, and it wasn't until I got space or slowly was able to drain the venom out of those experiences and be brave enough to love myself and go to the darkness and find the gems and kind of like alchemize the rest of the experience that I found that lightness within myself again. So it's possible, I promise you. And that's the kind of person that you are. You're very resilient in your spirit. Mutable fire. Things that are flexible don't break as easily as things that are fixed and rigid. So I think you need someone who can fall 7 times, get up 8 kind of thing. You know what I mean? Okay. So those are coming through as the main archetypes or attributes. But now let's look at some specific positive traits and traits that maybe would be better to avoid in a partner. Okay, so some positive traits that they want to highlight. I really like how this came out. So this also kind of came out in pairs, but the 4 of them kind of go together as well. So the first cards that came out are Mars in Pisces, Escape, as well as Moon in Taurus, Exaltation. This is like a romanticization of life, it's very much like Moulin Rouge energies, that line where he's like, love and truth and beauty, you know, like the things that we live for, the things that we die for. It's very poetic, it's very convicted and passionate and yeah, like I would do anything for love vibes. With Mars in Pisces, with Escape, I'm not feeling like this is someone who is into escapism in like a negative way, because especially since we have this exaltation energy with it, it's coming through more as someone who knows how to infuse the day-to-day life with beauty, with magic, with spirituality, with things that take you deeper. Someone who could listen to a song and then think for like the next month about the lyrics and have their life changed by them. Someone who walks down the street and has an interaction with a stranger that the conversation changes who they are fundamentally, you know? Someone who is open to life, the magic and the beauty and the richness of it, who's not in a hurry and who knows when they need to escape the monotony of routine, ritual, habit, right? Dogma, and break the boundaries in order to actually bring a state of greater richness and exaltation to their life, to their physical world with Taurus, right? So it's not escaping reality, it's escaping the monotony of reality in order to keep life magical and light and adventurous, which I feel like is something that is very valuable to you. Then there's also these energies. Venus in Capricorn, convention, and Sun in Gemini, versatility. Yeah. So it's kind of the same thing. It's taking this approach, right, actually creates a flexibility in what is conventional, a versatility within what is conventional that allows you to kind of it's like learning the system so that you can dominate, so that you can win, like learning how to play by the conventional rules so that you could push the boundaries a little bit and know what you can get away with, again, to bring more like zest, more imagination, more creativity, more excitement. It's just like not having life be so boring and just like black, white, and all shades of gray. Sorry, there's something in my eyeball and it's really killing me here. Ugh. You guys have to watch me poke myself in the eyeball here, but I think I got it. It was like a piece of mascara or something. Hopefully that's better. Is there anything else you want to say about that? The positive traits? But yeah, I feel someone who holds on to convention kind of lightly. Someone who's not rigid in their approach to life, maybe, is the best way to say that. So there is a level of open-mindedness and flexibility, kind of knowing that they can adapt and succeed anywhere, wherever they go. So this is also a level of confidence that would be coming through. An energy of capability, believing themselves to be capable is kind of what I'm getting from that. And it's also feeling like that would be a stabilizing and a grounding force in your life as well. Because you can expand very quickly, you can move a lot. And have someone who also helps you slow down and make decisions from more of like a present and intentional place before you take action. I think that's also something that's positive. Sweater, kind of cold. Okay, so then things that they would maybe say, maybe not the best for you, Sag. There also came out 2 pairs. Do you guys have like a choice right now, currently, between 2 people or something, or 2 paths? Because I just realized that every part of your reading, 2 pairs came out together. You might be in like a state, some of you might be in a state currently of like active decision making surrounding what it is that you are trying to draw in relationally. So this could be giving you some sort of context around that. I'm not totally sure, but that's kind of interesting to me. Okay. So in terms of what might not be as suitable for you, what first came out is the Advocate and the Vampire. So embracing negative causes or committing to causes for personal gain and depleting others for your psychic survival, chronic complaining, and codependency. So this would be someone who literally is an energy vampire. They never have their own energy because they're always Eoring it, right? They're literally focused on negativity, or they bring a natural energy of negativity because they're self-centered and they only commit to causes for what they can get out of it, right? So then there's a lack of consideration for the people around them. So this would be the opposite of that energy of like recognizing the thread and that my offerings are coming back to me. This would be someone who doesn't believe that they have enough, and so they're stingy with it, or even worse, they steal or deplete from others, and they steal and deplete from themselves as well through this not being able to regulate and be dependent on themselves, or through chronically complaining or focusing again on negativity. So yeah, that I feel like would drain you faster than possibly like anything that someone could do, because you are generally advocates, but usually you are inspired to put compassion into action, or to share, communicate knowledge, experience, skill, wisdom, and to express yourself in a way that infuses life or inspiration or passion into people, not the opposite. Okay, so the next ones that came out together, the poet and the teacher. Manipulating or abusing students, teaching negative traits and destructive skills, and then turning a lyrical gift to a negative or destructive effort. Or effect, sorry. Effect. Okay. So it's someone who, yeah, this would also get to you. It's someone who has some sort of knowledge, experience, or skill set that could easily be using that to uplift and help other people, or to give people deeper insight into themselves so they can help and uplift themselves, right? And essentially like pass on that knowledge and spread that knowledge in a positive way. This is like contradictory to that. This would be the opposite of that, either hoarding that knowledge or using it actively to bring other people down for destructive or abusive or manipulative purposes. Yeah, so that's pretty self-explanatory for what is not going to be the greatest for you. So is there anything else that I can say about this before I move on? No, I think that's it. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Sag. We're going to move on to Cap now. But I love you, and I hope that was resonant for you or helpful in some way, and I will talk to you again soon. Okay, Capricorns. Let's move on to Capricorn. All right. Ugh. Stretch this leg a little bit. Why am I channeling that song? So heavy. I don't know if someone is asking for validation or something right now, but the song that I was channeling, that I've been channeling through, I feel like it must be a message specifically for someone, because it keeps coming through in between signs, not during a sign. So it's probably someone who's watching. It's called Leave a Mark. Let me just see who it's by for you. If you're looking for maybe like a specific... Is that it? No. Where is it? Leave your mark. Ah. This is what it's by Ocula. It's this song. Leave Your Mark by Ocula and Elliot Vast, okay? So I don't know if you want to, if some of you are asking specifically right now for a message, you might want to look at that or listen to that. I'm not really sure. Something about the lyrics might be helpful to you. That keeps on coming through. Luna, just push the door open. You come in, you can push the door open. You know how to get in. You do, you're not helpless. Hola. Hola, señorita. Hi. What's up? She has joined us. Oh, she's sticking her head in the... Hi. Hi, boo. I know I'm sitting kind of far away from you. What are you doing? Doing okay? Hanging in there? I'll be done work relatively soon and then we'll vibe. Promise. Okay. So let's see. Hot for you so you can lay there if you want. So cute. Big fan of this bitch. She sits on like the very edge of the bed. She's like, let me get closer to you. Can I reach you if I sit here? And to the point that she's like almost falling off of it, which is adorable, but unnecessary. Because I'm right here. Hi. Thank you. What's up? We got some mats. We gotta get those out. Keep working for a bit, okay? Love you a long time. I look so offended when I stop petting you. Okay, let's move on to Capricorn here. So Capricorn's higher self. What kind of person would you choose for Capricorn and why? What would be the most supportive traits for this person to have to complement Capricorn, to support them, to bring success and harmony, fulfillment into their life? Whoa! Why did that go everywhere? That went... Okay. Alright. The aggression is real. Let's see. Midhaven, okay. Midhaven, Neptune, Uranus, Capricorn. I'm a Capricorn, Mars, Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn. I could give you information on that. I have a personal Capricorn stellium containing most of those. Capricorn descendant. What is your rising, Cassandra? Did you tell me already? I can't remember though. I think that was a ways up. You're Aries, okay. Right, because you have a Gemini moon in the 3rd. Okay, so I feel like if your person has a Capricorn descendant, so they're a Cancer rising. What's up, divine timing? So usually with the descendant, that is like the traits that you're looking for in a partner, or not the traits necessarily that you are looking for in a partner, but the traits in a partner that would benefit you or balance you a little bit, is kind of like the way that the thought pattern, the very like simplified thought process behind that, right? So if someone has a Capricorn descendant, it probably means that they're going to want the Capricornian qualities or traits would benefit them. So for you to embody those things or focus on the areas of your chart, that would probably be good, right? Because you already have a lot of energy, although it is all outer planets. And then midhaven is usually how people see you in regards to how you work, like your career, how you show up. But showcasing some of those Capricorn qualities would probably be really balancing, grounding, and beneficial for, especially for a Cancer rising, because they are, watery, they flow, they get moved by the tides, whereas Capricorn is very solid, very sturdy. Even though they are the water, what am I trying to say? The sea goat, right? So they can still fuck with the watery vibes of Cancerian energy without drowning, but they can also anchor and hold it down. So, yeah, that's what it is in terms of generally the idea between the ascendant and the descendant is like, so your descendant is always the opposite sign of your ascendant, and it helps ground and balance you. That's why it's good to have relationships with people that have that energy. Hi. But you don't necessarily have to have to be a Capricorn. You have quite a bit of Capricornian energy, so I would say that. Okay. Capricorn. Well, this is fitting already. Yeah, I love this. Okay. Let's see. But you said you were a Pisces sun as well, right? What's up? Tenmei? Tanmei. Haha, I remembered it. Like sun. Tanmei. Definitely your soul fam, etc. It took me a second to process that. They're all Virgos. Yeah. But you have a Pisces sun, right? And so you can also resonate with the watery aspects of him, which I think is really beneficial, like that you have that insight, especially since your moon is Gemini in the third house, which is like intense intellectual processing and stuff of emotion. It's good you still have the Pisces sun so that you can still resonate with his wateriness. And then all the Capricornian energy. It feels, I need to see the whole chart, but it feels complementary in those ways. What? I'm right here and I love you. Is that not enough? She's like, no, it's not. It's not enough. It's not enough unless you're petting me. We're classic yin yang. Yeah. Aw, that's beautiful. I love that for you. We love that. We love that for her. Okay, I have to continue on with work. He's in the middle of his awakening. Yeah. It's hard when you meet someone and you're just kind of not totally synced up in like how you're cycling through your ascension journey. It can be difficult when when you're like one cycle ahead of someone and you're like, oh, they're going through right now what I just finished like learning and integrating. Because sometimes I feel like people don't recognize, because they haven't acquired that knowledge yet through their experience, they might not trust like or understand what you are. Lose. I'm right here, bruh. We need a support group. Her name is Luna. name is Luna. My little moon baby. My little moon. Oh, that's probably why she's so sensitive, actually. She is a Cancer. She always gets very sensitive on like major lunations. Aw. Hi. Okay, now I'm gonna focus my attention here for a minute. Here, I'm gonna give you some treats so that, you know, you can't say I never gave you nothing. And then I'm gonna work and pay attention to you at a time that is not right now. But I love you so much. Really, really love you the most. And yeah, that's what I've got to say about that. Okay. How I just like distract her with treats and then I'm like, anyways, back to work. Okay. Sorry about that. Let me see here. You got all of them. Oh, no, you didn't. There's one still right in front of you. Yeah, there you go. Whoa. She's like sniffing around. I'm like, bro, you got it. What are you doing? But no, she was onto something. More. Okay. Let's use this one. What's that sound in chat like? It's on the peripheral. Maybe it will come through to me. Something, the lyrics are something like, well, let me timestamp you first. Hi, Cap. How are you, my loves? I hope that you're doing well. Okay, so channeling some sort of lyric, and I can't remember what song it's from, but he says something like, could you, or would you guide me? Something about like, would you guide me out of the darkness if you knew where I had been? Or guide me back to the light if you had seen where I had been. Okay, let's see here. So the type of person that your higher self would choose for you and why. Their overall archetype or vibe. It came out as being resoluteness and biting through. I feel like this is just, you can't keep up to a Capricorn unless you embody these traits as well, because Capricorns embody these traits and they will leave you in the dust because they're going up, babes. Like, the escalator just goes one way for a Capricorn, and if you're not steady rising, then they'll meet you at the mountaintop, or they'll see you on the way back down to go up the other one, like something, but they'll have to catch you later, you know? So resoluteness says determination, no compromises, unwavering focus, inner resolve, integrity, a test of character, and self-examination. And then there's biting through, take decisive action, restore order, force applied with sensitivity, justice, and tenacious devotion to a task. Yeah. So essentially this is someone who has strength of spirit that then translates into strength of character and action, right? This is someone who is able to self-examine and bring self-awareness and clarity to themselves, which is not always easy to do, right? So this person probably would have a way of reaching a level of healthy detachment, maybe, so that they can observe their circumstances from somewhat of a removed place. So just like removing themselves from the emotional attachment to a situation so they can step back and see how they, like, what would truly be the right thing, for instance. Someone who knows where they compromise and where they do not. Someone who can have that determined focus to push through, even if something is difficult, and they're not going to falter. This is also someone who would know when to take action and what the right action would be. Someone who is fair, devoted, loyal, and there's an element of order here as well, like structure. But it's interesting because then the other card that came out is this card, which kind of pulls it all together, which is the Gentle. And it says penetrating, a soft approach, faith, moderation, a subtle but deep influence, understanding, and non-violence. So it's interesting because this is kind of like hard ass energy without this, right? This just kind of softens the edges of those things. And these are all very positive traits, right? There's just not a lot of room left for feeling and for, again, true, like being able to truly penetrate to the depths of something, because when you're coming at it just from that, like, you know, you miss out on a couple things. So this person has a way of embodying those first traits that we talked about, but then coming towards you with a soft approach or a subtle approach that actually has a very deep influence. And it's because they understand how to balance themselves and be in a state of internal moderation and harmony. And they don't have to push. They don't feel, this isn't someone that feels like they have to, for instance, this is someone who, they don't need to scream and shout their truth. This would be someone who has faith in their own internal truth and standards, you know, in their own integrity. And so when they make a choice or when they communicate, they may speak softly, but it's still very powerful. But they don't feel the need to shout. They don't feel the need to assert themselves heavily or, you know, get in a fight or act violently. They have a more gentle approach, but there's actually a lot of strength within that. Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing for the overall kind of archetype or vibe of the person. So then let's look at some traits that they would recommend. I love this so much because Angel and Healer came out. It's like every devil needs an angel, huh? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just bugging you because your card is the devil. But this is very heart-based energy. So again, there's kind of this overall quality about this person where they're highlighting that they bring out a certain softness in you, but not the kind of softness that creates like a liability or a weakness, but actually is healing and strengthening, possibly in ways that you wouldn't expect. So this would be someone who can surprise you in positive ways through taking a gentle or soft approach, or through coming from the heart when you maybe wouldn't think to take that approach first. So the Angel says helping those in need with no expectation of return. And the Healer is a passion to serve others by repairing body, mind, and spirit, the ability to help transform pain into healing.
This is really beautiful because it's someone who they don't only have that soft approach within themselves and their own life, but that also extends to others, which is just so beautiful. Like taking pain and turning it into healing through helping people who need help have greater understanding of the meaning in the pain, how they can care for themselves, nurture themselves, and they have a passion for helping those in need or serving others. And it's mostly without expectation of return, which means it's not transactional love or service, which isn't really love or service at all. If it's self-serving, right? It's without expectation of return, which is unconditional love. So that's very beautiful. And this is this person's genuine passion. So someone with those sorts of traits would be really beautiful for you. And I think the part about not expecting return, that also brings a different element, like a different perspective into your life that isn't your, again, it's not that you're not capable of thinking this way, not at all, but you're sort of like built to, Capricorns are about accomplishment. They are about, okay, how do I refine the process to get to win, to get to the highest point, to succeed, to become the CEO or whatever, but while putting out the least amount of effort? How do I work smarter, not harder? And then oftentimes, how do I teach others how to do that as well? Or how do I lead or guide a group to success as well once I've learned that? And so there is an expectation of some sort of return or reciprocity from what you're putting out, but not in a selfish way. Just like, I want the things that I do to, sometimes there's an attachment to seeing where that takes you, or to seeing the help that you provide other people, right? Whereas this person, I feel like, would open your mind up a little bit to like, there is something outside of that too. For instance, sometimes we help others or we serve others, or okay, so sometimes it's something really, really simple, right? Like, let's say it's a really hot day and you are running into the gas station to pay for your gas. And let's say there's like a homeless man sitting outside the gas station, and he's really red. Like, he looks like he's sweating and burnt and been in the sun for a while, and he's kind of just crouched over. So maybe grabbing a bottle of ice cold water and a Slurpee and then just giving it to him on the way out would be something, I feel like, something that someone like this might do. And they wouldn't maybe even think twice about it or think about the impact that had. And you could never know the impact that has on that person. Maybe it doesn't have any, but doubtful, right? Because I think sometimes we downplay the effect that kindness and service without any expectation of return actually has on people. I think that sometimes when you try to love people unconditionally or offer them love when they feel like they don't deserve it, it's ironic because they can actually lash out at you, or they can be like, what are you trying to prove? I'm suspicious of this, like, I don't trust you. But then that doesn't mean that it's not going to have an impact on them, right? It doesn't mean that it's still not worth doing just because they don't recognize your efforts as coming from a pure place, or maybe they're not even immediately impacted in a positive way. So there's something about that with this person, or the type of person that this is. It's like, they're not afraid of getting hurt. They're not afraid of sharing. They're not afraid of loving just because they might be rejected or abandoned. Like, the love is still not wasted. Even if they knew that, for instance, maybe a relationship wasn't going to last, I feel like this person would still show up and love with their whole heart. So there's kind of that sort of energy about it. You know what I mean? Anything else about that? Positive traits that would benefit or work well with Capricorn? Essentially not allowing you to forget your humanity. Like, you can be very resolute and very focused on those goals, right, that you are pursuing in your own life. And it's good
to have a reminder to pop your head up from that like one track mind, one focus where you're just powering through to your goals, or even powering through to help support other people's goals or a group. But there is still like a big ooey gooey sexy life and experience outside of that as well. So it feels kind of like someone who can remind you that that also exists and knows when to help you balance your own life and energy out with something a little sweeter or a little softer would be beneficial. I like that. Okay, so some traits that they are saying might be something that you would prefer to potentially avoid in a romantic relationship. You got the dead end and the unseen. Okay. Well, the dead end, well, actually, both of these are very self explanatory, I would say. But the dead end is going to be someone who is limited in their thinking, or someone who is not supportive of your, like, the greatness of your dreams. Someone who does not see your potential, or just isn't someone who thinks in terms of, let me take all of the possibilities into consideration. So someone who places like glass ceilings over themselves, or by extension over you, or doesn't have the scope to hold your vision or hold your passion and conviction, that's going to slow you down, right? That's going to be probably a little bit too fixed and structured for you. Because again, it's like placing limitations that don't need to be there. And people who reach extremely vast levels of success, they can't think that way. They have to shoot for the stars. They have to have really crazy big dreams. And they have to be willing to try to show up even when they are afraid, or even when they're doubting themselves. And know that sometimes it's just the showing up and trying is enough to get you there when everybody else is too afraid to show up and try, right? So that's something that's not going to benefit you. Yeah. The Ten of Pentacles in reverse. You are the Empress. You intuitively know what you're capable of. You intuitively understand that the sky is the fucking limit, right? So someone who comes around and is like, doesn't understand the greatness of your vision for your own legacy and life and value of that life, that's just not going to work, right? Their vision is not going to match you, and it's going to deteriorate the expansive, abundant nature that you carry within you. So with the unseen, I feel like this is someone who, as well, they might reach a dead end, or assume that just because they can't see past a certain point, that they can't trust what is unseen. There's something about that. But the flip side of that is also, like, they need to know when to take a risk. Your cardinal earth, right? So you need to know when to move and when to sit pretty. You need to know when to run risk assessment and when something is a safe bet, right? So with this, it's kind of like someone who would just assume that something is a dead end if they can't see beyond where they're standing, or if they can't understand how something would come into being. Then they're just like, well, that's impossible. It's like, no, it's not. It's not impossible just because you don't understand the ins and outs of how it could come to pass. There's lots of things that are unexpected in how they fall together, and there's no way that you could predict them, but they still happen, right? Some of the best things in life are unexpected, and you never could have anticipated the way that they unfold. So it's another way of just being limited in their thinking that wouldn't serve you. But with the unseen, the other side of that is also someone who focuses too much on what is not substantiated in reality, like what is not tangible, grounded, realistic, practical, or at least has an element of that. Can you tell me more about that? This would be someone who's a little bit like too like woo-woo spiritual, but not grounded in reality. Hasn't touched grass in a while, you know? It's coming through more as the first thing that I said, though. Someone who's constantly looking out on the horizon, like waiting for something to happen, but they're not actually fighting to make something happen for themselves. That's kind of how that is coming through there. So, yeah. That's what I see for you, Capricorn. Is there anything else that you want to say before I let Capricorn go about this person or the type of person who would be good for them? I always feel somewhat guilty because, no, Spirit's like, they're going to be a badass. You need to say no more. Sometimes I feel bad because Capricorn readings, and Aquarius tends to be this way too, but like very straight shooter to the point. And I'm like, yours isn't as long as everybody else. But I think that you guys actually prefer that, so I don't really need to like be all that concerned. Okay. Let's see. I'll use this deck for the final two signs, though. I'm bored of the other ones that I'm using. So let's move on to Aqua. Oh, maybe not, because I already have that one out. Maybe I'll use my other one. Some of the cards are missing from that one, I forgot. Currently, let me use this deck instead. What's up, guys? I just was hanging out with my nephew who just turned 10. He was doing all the moves on our vacation, our camping trip. So cute. Very much at that stage and age. But I'm still somewhat like cool and relevant to him, so I'm just like, this is not going to last for much longer. I need to hold on to this as long as possible. The thing is, though, like, as long as you try to maintain and hold on to that, you like lose it even faster. So I'm like, all I can do is just be me and hope for the best. I'm like, there's gonna be a day when he's like, my Auntie L is not cool, and I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. But until that day comes, we're still here. Okay. Okay, Aqua, this is interesting because they're telling me to just pull all of the tarot cards and then clarify with the oracle cards, which is the opposite of the way I've been doing it. So I see you needing to be different. I'm okay with that. I'm all right with switching things up. Yeah, I'm 37, so I really can't relate to 10 anymore. Not so much, but, you know, must be nice, right? Actually, I wouldn't want to be 10 at this day and age. I really wouldn't want to grow up in the world today. Used to think I had it bad, but it was just the 90s in reality, which was great. So, okay, let's see. Let's tune into Aquarian's highest self. Okay, what kind of person or partner would you choose for Aquarius for their highest and best good, and why? What is their overall archetype or vibe? Woo. Yeah, we did. It was a different time. A very different time, that's for sure. I'm gonna cleanse the energy just to kind of clear everything. That was weird. That felt like weird energy. But it's probably because I haven't used this deck. Nor has it been cleansed recently. Just do that real quick. So I'm just going to close my curtains and go to the washroom quickly, which I was going to do when I came inside from outside, but I forgot. Okay. I'll be back in one moment, you guys. Uno. Un momento. All right. We're back in business. So my knees are hurting me and I need to stretch my legs somehow. I'm just gonna prop that up there. Just put that up on the table there and stretch it casually while doing this. Let's see. Okay, tell me about the overall archetype or vibe that would be optimal for the type of person who would be great for Aquarius here. The person that Aquarian's higher self would choose for them. Aquarius, you guys are ridiculous. Oh my gosh, you guys have a sense of humor. Okay. Okay, positive traits that this person would have. What? Okay. less than stellar traits that we would prefer not to be showcased. Too many. Okay. Fine, I'll take them. Okay. Well, why do I feel like interference? What you dealing with, Aqua? All right. Someone's story keeps trying to butt into your reading, and I don't really know who that is. But I'm just going to set an intention that their energy bugger off right now. Thank you very much. Okay. Don't know who you are, but you were not invited. I did not call on you. So let's see. That might be a message, though, for you to just cleanse maybe or ground to protect your energy at this time. There could just be someone who's reaching out for you or pulling on your energy, maybe trying to influence you, or it is influencing you if you're not aware of it, maybe. I don't know why that's coming through. Okay, tell me about this here. Okay. Yeah. I see ya. I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Hi, Aqua. I hope you're doing wonderful, my beautiful little alien babes, my little starseed rebels. So let's take a look at this and see the type of person that your higher self would choose for you optimally and what their reasoning is. Okay, so for their overall archetype or sort of vibe, right? Jazz fingers vibe. I was laughing at this when this came out because it's the Lovers and the Empress. And right when I pulled these, I heard that song, "Wouldn't it be nice?" I just heard the "wouldn't it be nice" part, and I was like, it would. So is that my own jadedness and disbelief coming through, or was that you channeling through me? It's really hard to say at this point in time. But it's clarified by the card Aletheia. And this is the card that talks about truth. You also have the Ace of Swords here on the table as well. So yeah, I'm definitely seeing that as being something that is like you are strong in your own reading here, or your energy is kind of strong and prominent in your own reading. I want to see what it says about Aletheia here. I just feel like for some reason that's important. I know that it is about truth though. Yeah, so truth
When light, clarity, revelation, and disclosure. When dark, distortions, gaslighting, and excuses. Okay, that's why they wanted me to read that. So this is about recognizing and speaking the truth, and that being a relief. That truth has an undeniable resonance and power that goes beyond just the rational. So this is not talking about truth in terms of facts and figures and statistics. This is truth in terms of a story, a conversation, a gesture, an act that unveils something that has been concealed, or that reclaims something and sets you free. Truth as a vibration. Okay? Not truth as like a definition or a statistic or a fact necessarily. So it's interesting because they want me to start from the avoidable, or the, here's your readings all over, but it's mostly just coming through backwards to how I've done all of the other signs. So there could be something about that, taking a backwards approach to something right now in your life, or maybe the person that you're meant to be with is someone who they have the same qualities as you, or again, you get to the same place, but you take different paths there. Does that make sense? You might settle on the same truth, but you get there in very different ways. For instance, so that could be something about this person where when you first look at each other, it's like you're black and I'm white. Like, we're very different, but I think that under the surface, there's actually more similarities that are just not obvious from the get-go, is kind of the type of person that I'm seeing them recommend for you, which is super, super interesting. But the gaslighting and the excuses part of being the opposite of that is coming through very heavily with this, the traits that don't really support harmony or success in a relationship with you. And that makes sense why they want me to bounce back here, because excuse me, there's the energy of the bardo, which is kind of like where things go to die. Then there is the Ace of Pentacles, but it's with the Knight of Cups in reverse and the Sun in reverse. So this is like not having a strong intention, presence, or motivation. And so you just kind of go after things from more of like an opportunist perspective. But then when they don't work out, right, it's because, well, there was never any clarity or emotional connection or depth to that endeavor to begin with. And so this is kind of someone who does not know their own truth. They're not clear on why they are going after things, right? They're just kind of seeking things for the sake of it's like buying things for the sake of owning them. But then at the end of the day, it's just stuff that, like, you're just accumulating more stuff that you don't use, that's just going to find like a drawer to be thrown in. There are people who have a lot of things, but everything they have is either brings beauty, richness, practicality to their life somehow. And then there are people that just seek to own things for the sake of saying, I have a lot of stuff, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? This would be someone who just seeks to have experiences just to say that they had them, but there's not a real, there isn't like a connection there. It's kind of like someone who with the bardo is a little bit dead on the inside, which sounds really harsh. But that's kind of what I'm seeing here. Is there anything else you want to say about that, Spirit? It's like they move towards things, but they don't actually put effort into them. And it's interesting. It's like they've already made up their mind that they
that they're not going to get what they want, and so they shouldn't waste their precious energy on it. But then this becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, obviously, because when you move towards things but you don't put any care or effort or consideration into them, well, yeah, there's a massive imbalance, right? And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Let's see what the Bardo says in the book. My computer is once again having a heart attack, so good thing we only have one side left. The liminal, the in-between, the transition. When dark, torment, dislocation, hallucination, and transience. Whoa. So this is someone that when they are moving through a transitionary space, there's the potential in that space for you to rise up above the concerns of it's kind of like those moments when everything is brought into perspective, right? Like when you're faced with death that was unexpected or untimely, maybe. You know how everything just becomes very clear, that sensation of being like, oh, I should focus more on the things in life that actually fucking matter, right? For instance, I should tell my mom that I love her more. I should smile at strangers on the street. I should stop and smell the fucking roses, right? Something like that. It's like this person, this type of person, when they have that sort of situation or opportunity, instead of rising up and seeing themselves and their relationships through more of a cosmic or timeless lens, they don't use that space to forgive. They still hold on to things that hurt them in the past. So this is someone who, when given the opportunity to say what has been unsaid, to release, to offer grace to the unlovable, to let go of the things that cause them pain, they still hold them. They don't give those things up. And so essentially they're holding on to poison and pain inside of them, which is keeping them in a constant state of torment, which is not helpful, obviously, because we are all a network. Like a single thread runs through all of us. So when people are holding on to these lower vibrational energies, when we're meant to heal and evolve, right? It's essentially someone who refuses to evolve. They don't know why they're doing the things they're doing, and so they don't really have like a plan, a vision. Yeah, they're kind of just existing and not really living, is what I would say for that. So on the other hand, traits that would be important, or that would work well with you, you have the Eight of Wands in reverse, the Ace of Swords, and the Two of Cups with the stone. Okay. For this, I feel like the truth can be deep, but it's also always simple. Truth is by its very nature not convoluted, right? So this would be someone who is extremely clear and grounded in their truth, because they have self-awareness and they have integrated their experiences, because they're aware of both the light and dark aspects of themselves, and they kind of accept and understand that they all serve one another. Okay, you're not trying to leave. They all kind of serve the whole, right? But then, that being said, you don't need to grasp onto one or the other. You don't need to grasp onto any experience, really. You don't need to push for certain things because you understand the innate balance and security of life. Yes, the only constant is change, but there is a level of security in that. The universe always seeks balance, right? So even though there is black and white, there are all the shades of gray in between, which are not always easily, like, you can't pinpoint things within them. They aren't always super uncomplicated, right? When you know your truth within that, then you can kind of flow with the rest of it. You can flow with the nature of everything else, which is changeable. And you also understand when to allow your experiences to change you as well, or when to allow your own, to have innovative thinking, or to expand your thinking, to be more forward thinking, to grow from your experiences essentially and change your mind. But there's also something here about, this is someone who, yeah, they don't feel the need to push energy, to force things, because they have a confidence in themselves and their own truth. They know why they believe the things that they believe. And again, that's come from a very intimate journey of integration within themselves. That this would also be someone who doesn't feel like they need to prove anything to you, and they don't need to push the connection because they trust the security of the connection. They know that it's on solid ground. The triangle is a super, super strong shape, right? So it's something where it's like, once you have the structure down, once you have the connection, you can just trust it. You don't really need to keep on going back and questioning. So there's something about that. And I don't know why I feel called to look at the definitions in the books for all of these, but they only wanted me to use this oracle deck for you guys. There's something interesting about that. I have only one sign left, and then I promise I'll be with you. Don't distract me now, Luna. I'm almost done. It's 199 is the page. The eternal, the anchor, the rock. Steadfast, loyal, committed, and present. Yes. When dark, weighted down, holding back, or cold. Yeah. So this is an energy of permanence, of reliability, of like, stones obviously can transform, but they change ever so slowly over, many like human lifespans. But that just, again, there's this energy of like, I've seen some shit. I've been around the block a couple times. This ain't my first rodeo, cowboy. So it's kind of like, the things that I am strong in, that structure is strong because I have not pushed the energy. I've just moved with it with a certainty and a sort of a calm demeanor and a trust and belief within myself. And that allows me to, even when I change, my wild side is anchored. Even when I roam, I find my way back. I'm tethered to, or grounded to, or connected to my own inner harmony and peace. It is a remedy. The stone is a remedy. It's not something that is weighing you down. It's something that balances the changeable nature or the frenzy of earth, of humanity, right? So they're saying that that would be a really positive quality. Their ability to trust and to not need constant validation, but understand that and feel into something being built on a strong foundation, essentially. But the overall kind of vibe or archetype, again, is just someone who places a lot of value on truth, on deeper truth, though, a truth that is both practical and spiritual. It's kind of like this is someone who understands that, for instance, science and spirituality are very much not opposing schools of thought. They actually, you cannot understand one or the other without understanding that they hold hands and skip together. Like, they are literally inseparable, right? How can you understand spirituality without understanding physics, for instance? How energy works. you can't, right? And there's other things where there's an interplay. So again, it's like even though something seems to be black and white, very, very different, they are tied together by a common thread. And it's kind of similar to the energy of the lovers, actually, because it's sort of a natural complement. It's like yin yang, right? So with the lovers and the empress, this is someone who knows their own worth, and so they are sturdy and solid in that, and they can also see your worth, and they are not someone who's going to be overwhelmed or intimidated by your particular unique truth or strength. This is someone, for instance, who's not going to get all up in arms because you don't agree with something, like because you have maybe a different belief on something. That's someone who's going to be, it's like they're grounded in their own truth, but not in a way that is defensive. They don't need to be defensive. This is probably someone who understands that everybody has their own experience in life, right? And certain people can experience the exact same thing, but take something totally different from it, or choose to use that experience to shape themselves in completely different ways. So tell me a little bit more about the Empress. It is in that very like expansive thinking though, where they can make their own choices, where to allocate their energy based on their own personal truth, but there's still an openness that allows for intelligent expansion, for learning, for the energy of the Empress, which is receptive. So it's so interesting, the interplay of energies here. I feel like it's complementary to you because it adds a certain flexibility to your fixed nature, but it also honors its own truth, is certain of its own truth, and respects yours simultaneously. That's what I see. I really like it. Okay, so that's what I've got for you, my beautiful rebellious weirdos who demanded that I do the reading completely backwards from how I did all the other signs. Not gonna lie, I high-key love you for that. So thanks for bringing something different to the mix. Always, not just tonight. Okay. Oh, I just realized I used the Aquarian Tarot for you too, and I didn't even think about that before I grabbed it. You guys are just special little snowflakes, aren't ya? All right, we're moving on to Pisces. Moving on to Pisces. Last but not least, my fellow fishy friends. Okay. Connect me to Pisces higher self, please. What type of person would you choose for Pisces to complement and support them? What's up, Nessie? Overall, what would their overall archetype or vibe be? Whoa. Ooh. Cancer also got that. It's also very you. Oh. Yeah, this is you. If I've ever seen it. Okay. What about positive traits that you would recommend? For Pisces. I just got kind of sleepy, but I know I'm not because I'm literally drinking this energy caffeine Starbucks thing, so I feel like that's your energy. You're either, you might just be very relaxed and at peace. I heard in your heart. In your heart space. There's something that you know, Pisces. And you're at peace with it. I like that, obviously. What are these? Yes. Okay, tell me about some less attractive qualities for Pisces person. Whoa. Or a person that would be more suitable for Pisces. Yeah, you're at rest in regards to something, a truth of the heart. There's like a level of peace that almost feels like just rest. So maybe you need some rest at this time as well, my sleepy little fish. Look at how it resonates. What else? Let's get one more. Ooh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Rest. You need some rest. Go get yourself some rest. All right. Let's see here. Let's get into this. So Pisces, you big cuties, you. So what I'm seeing as the overall kind of archetype or vibe, so the kind of big picture that this person or that your higher self is sort of highlighting about someone here. The first card that came out is the womb, which Cancer also got this for their person's overall vibe. Then the comic came out. And agape. I'm going to read the description for this to close out. I just feel that right before I end the live. As that is the essence of you right there. That sure is. And you definitely do need someone who is capable of meeting you there in that space of unconditional love, divine love. So I'm just going to talk about the womb and the comic for now and close with that agape card, okay? But with the comic, it's interesting. Well, first of all, the interplay between the womb and the comic, I'm kind of seeing this as being like internal and external worlds, or how they engage internally and externally. So this is someone who would have a very soft, safe feeling to them, a very creative sort of element as well. And this could just be one part of them, right? It doesn't have to be Well, it is coming out as part of their overall vibe. So, yeah, internally, the way that they process their emotions or the way that they maybe approach emotional or intuitive sort of aspects of you, this would be someone who understands that you are a sensitive person, you're a sensitive being, right? And that you pick up on energy, you hear what is not said, you, yeah, the train is literally going by right now. Just because something is not said doesn't mean that you don't pick up on it or you don't hear it. But the womb is someone who has a rich inner world and they're confident in terms of their emotions. They know how to hold them, they know how to self regulate them, they know how to maybe use creativity to process through things, which I feel like is also quite Piscean when you're in a healthy state. So, this would be someone who does not project the heaviness or the weight of their emotion onto you. They have their own ways of regulating, so then they can co-regulate with you, so that's positive. That means that they're not going to be leaning on you for emotional support, because they know that you are capable of giving it. It's going to be more balanced, and that is something I feel that you do need. Anything else about the womb? Also, they know how to put their feelings into action, so they know how to, yeah, make decisions that accurately reflect how they're feeling inside or that honor how they feel, but that are also practical. So they know how to kind of take their inner world and project it into their external reality and make it tangible in a way. The energy of the comic is really interesting because it talks about how excuse me, I've been losing my voice. It talks about how the comic is underestimated in the world. They bring truth, and the way that they speak truth can be quite powerful because it's unexpected, it's unassuming. The comic might drop a bombshell truth in the middle of, yeah, their comedy set, right? Or else there might be a truth that hits really hard that is like that is the comic that is drawn for the New York Times or something, right? So it could be a comic, yes, but it could be talking about something horrible that's happening in the world that needs our attention drawn to it. So it's interesting because the comic is also an emotional and sensitive being, but it's the way that they express it externally. It's still powerful, but there's a lightness to it so that they're not drowning in it, right? So they have a way of still, of not turning their face away, not shunning the truth because it's so hard to look at, but they take difficult truths more so, or difficult emotions or processes, and they find a way of I guess you could say balancing out their experience and their expression so that they're not crushed by human existence, right? Crushed by the weight of the human condition. That's really powerful. And again, underestimated a lot of the time, right? So I think that that would be a beautiful complementary sort of element in a relationship with you because you feel everything deeply. You're very sensitive, right? And although you don't often get dysregulated or ungrounded when you're in a healthy state, right? It does happen from time to time. And I feel like this person would provide like a safe release space for you because they can relate genuinely to the depth of your sincerity, your care, your unconditionally loving heart, right? And how that is not a weakness. That is actually the hardest thing to be in this world, right? So it takes the most strength and transcendence and surrender and courage to stay soft in a world where everything is directing you towards jadedness and resentment and coldness and focusing on division rather than what unites us, right? It's easy to get sucked down that path. It's easy to shut yourself down. It's easy to be paranoid and not trust. or to close yourself off from others, it's not easy to take the opposite path. So this is someone who can see you, honors you, respects you, and sees the strength in this approach and the gift that it is to the world. But at the same time, they have a way of bringing lightness so that if there is a time when you feel ungrounded or overwhelmed, it's a safe space for you to let it out, and they can honor that experience while also not drowning in those waters with you. So that's beautiful. All right. So the positive attributes that they're highlighting in someone that would be good for you. It's coming through as wow, this reading is ending at the right time because my voice is going for sure. I apologize. So you have the attraction of opposites, which says seduction, temptation, magnetism, a passionate encounter, meeting halfway, coupling, and sexual union, as well as limitation, self-discipline, practice, self-respect, introspection, ritual, cultivate patience, build up energy, and maturity. And then this card, Moon in Capricorn of practicality, also came through. Yeah, this is kind of the best of all worlds, and the ability to hold opposites within oneself as well, which is extremely attractive. That's like the integration of the spirit. It's the integration of passion and, like, you know, chemistry, magnetism with unconditional love, or with the ability to it would be like passion and desire, but also having the ability to discipline yourself and to be patient, or to allow something to unfold naturally rather than push it out of insecurity, right? Or to have control and dominion over your inner impulses so that they are not like consuming and destroying you. So there's a practical, balanced kind of energy, although this person has a lot of passion, desire, and intuitive and emotional instincts, I'm hearing. They also have healthy boundaries. And they also understand how to work with alchemy. There's a lot of scorpionic energy that's coming from this, between the attraction of opposites with that like sexual union, alchemical kind of energy, like taking desire and opposites, and then being like coming together, but through that union being more than the sum of the parts. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you come together with someone, you understand that what you're creating is not just you and them squished together. It's like your energies are creating alchemy, right? A transformational, very powerful portal or energy that you can then work with. So this would be someone who understands as well how to build up energy, alchemically speaking, or as well the natural cycles of life. So how we go from like the ace up to the 10, right? That is like the natural building up or progression of energy, and then we go back around. So it's kind of like the circle of life, or the cyclical nature of all things. Is there anything else that you want to highlight about? Okay. The 10 of Wands in reverse and the 10 of Swords in reverse. Right after I said like building up to the 10s. There's something that's very important about them understanding how to drop the weight, though. There's for sure something important about them not carrying excess energy, and especially not negative excess energy. These are the two more negative 10s. So like rumination or resentment or a lack of forgiveness that creates poison in the mind, and the way that it creates a filter that distorts reality, because it's then based on fear, betrayal, abandonment, woundedness, right? Needing to defend and protect. Same thing with the 10 of Wands. If you don't drop that energy, then you're going to be walking through life with all these wands and wands in your arms, swords in your back. It's like, how far are you really going to make it with that approach? Not very far. It is literally not practical. So there needs to be, and with this person, there is a way of alchemizing and releasing that, so that, because the thing is, even if they had their way, even if someone close to you had their own way of dealing with the weight of this, you are such a sensitive person, you would soak it up. You would pick it up. You would alchemize it for them, because that is what you are. You're a spiritual person. You're a healer. You're someone who is very sensitive to energy. And you do this sometimes whether you know that you are capable of it, whether you realize you're doing it or not. So that can be something that's a little dangerous. That's why it's important that this person has an awareness of this, knows how to regulate and work through and release things as they go through life, and they understand how to work with built up energy in a mature and positive way. They're patient with the process, and they're introspective or self-aware. And they're also, because of that, they're aware of the impact that their energy has on you, especially if you're intimate with one another, right? Especially if you are having sex with someone, that is like immediately a massive energy exchange. So yeah, if you're messing around with someone in any way, right, not just sexually or physically, but if you are coming into union or committing yourself to somebody who's carrying a lot of weight, you're inevitably going to end up picking up some of that weight and carrying it. And so it's positive for someone to be self-aware and practical, not only in their ability to process through that and work through it for their own sake, but also for the sake of you and the relationship. Okay, moving on to the qualities that are less potentially stellar for you. So there's 4 that came out here, but they are also kind of all tied together. Okay, so gossip came out first. So this is thriving on the power of passing on private or secret information or betraying confidences. Yeah. Someone that you are not safe opening up the most intimate parts of yourself with, essentially, because they would betray you, or, you know, they're disloyal, essentially, is what that is. They don't respect and honor your energy and your privacy. Then the mentor came out, an inability to allow the student to move on to the role of master, imparting false instruction. This is kind of tied to the rescuer a little bit, because the rescuer says assumed that the rescued will reciprocate, keeps the rescued one needy. So in a way, it's like the mentor it's like, I stay the master forever, young grasshopper, you must stay below me. So then it would be like, rather than passing on wisdom to help refine someone else's character, to help uplift them, rather than maybe like being considerate to the feelings of others and honoring their trust by helping to provide strength and support to them and acting out of love with no expectation of reward. This would be someone who keeps score, someone who's like, well, I did that for you, so you didn't reciprocate, so now like X for Pisces, like big red X on Pisces. What's that called? Report card, right? But there's also this element of wanting to keep you small. So this would be someone who wants to ride in on their big white horse, right, and look like the savior. They might have a savior like complex, where they want to come in and rescue, but then they want you to stay needy because it makes them feel needed, right? So it's really not, they're not rescuing or providing strength and support to you out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it because they have other, they're doing it for themselves, essentially, and how it will make them feel. And the last one is the eternal child, an inability to grow up or be responsible, extreme dependency on others for physical security. Well, that's pretty self explanatory. But I feel like this would really harm you as well, because it's like you have that element of yourself that is very sensitive, childlike, and innocent. But I feel like paired with someone who refuses to grow up and be responsible, that would kind of impact you in a negative way, in the sense that it might turn your innocence more into like naivety, or keep you, again, there's a lot about keeping you small here, rather than being determined to just remain young in spirit and flexible and open in your mind and your heart, which is positive, right? That's just the ability to see things with fresh eyes, to feel things, and to keep on, like, to keep a youthful sort of, like, to be young at heart and spirit, right? Which is positive, but it's not the same as being unable to grow up, take responsibility, be accountable, be humble, have the hard conversations, face the things that you don't want to face. So this would just be like a lack of maturity, essentially. Is there anything else you want to highlight about traits that would be better for Pisces to avoid in partnership? No, that's all that's coming out. That's what I see for you, Pisces. Okay, I'm going to read this agape card. I almost forgot. And then I'm going to go suck on a Halls or have some tea or something like that. Because my throat is bothering me. So I apologize for that. I know it probably isn't the most lovely thing to listen to. Okay. What's up, Star Lava? Sorry, I just saw your comment now. Okay. Agape. So this also has to be something that this person is capable of, or is at the very least not bypassing the journey to, or not saying or claiming that they have, in a misleading kind of way that harms others. So it says agape, devotion and unconditional love. When light, service, reverence, honor, and joy. When dark, spiritual bypassing and righteousness. Okay. It says, what if instead of putting yourself at the center of your practice, you put God or nature at the center? How would this change your approach, your spiritual practice? How would this change your approach? Such is the energy of agape. It is alive when we are in awe and wonder, our breath taken away by the sacred force that surrounds us and asks for nothing in return. This card can indicate a spiritual initiation that stretches your capacity to love and serve. You sense the earthly as the heavenly and vice versa. Such an initiatory moment can appear in any form, and like a healing balm to the modern soul, its effects last a lifetime. This card may also suggest you reassess what you worship every day, consciously or unconsciously. What are you elevating? Where does the sacred ladder you climb ultimately lead to? The Greek word agape informs the English word agape. To have the mouth agape is to be awestruck by something of breathtaking delight, which creates humility. It is beautiful. So this is someone who's capable of deep gratitude and overwhelming love that is otherworldly. And they better be, because that's what you embody and encompass. That's what you came here to do, Pisces. So it's important. It's very important that this also be something that is at the core of you, or that is at the core of this person, the person that you end up with, in order for them to really have an understanding of who you are and what you came here to do and support you. It's quite important, I think, for that to be part of their overall vibe, or at least they're in the pursuit or on the journey towards that, and not bypassing the work that it takes to get there, or gaslighting your journey, or bringing you down for being on that path. So that's what I see for you, Pisces. I love you so very much. I'm gonna let you go because I'm losing my freaking voice. That's what I get for doing two like a 7-hour and an 8-hour live within a couple days. I'm gonna take a little break before we do that again, but it has been such a pleasure hanging out with you guys the last little while. I've missed you so much since I haven't been live, but I did really need that time to kind of process my own stuff, and I've been integrating a lot, and I've been going through a lot, and not bad, but it is things that it's kind of like healer initiation stuff, you know what I mean? It's not easy, it's not bad either. So I kind of needed to go through that and personally integrate and process it so that I could come back stronger for you guys. And I will share with you some of that stuff as well once things get a little clearer for me, once I get a little bit more distance between myself and those experiences. But thank you, as always, for just being you, and for holding space for me to be me and to show up in all of my chaotic glory. I am forever imperfectly yours, but I am sending all of my love to you, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you so much for being here. I'm going to let you go for tonight, but I will talk to you again very soon. Until next time.